Hey baseball fans, Mac McGee here for the BCR. Make sure to subscribe and become a member today. All offseason, we have a jam-packed schedule to keep you entertained and informed during the MLB offseason. Weekly shows like MLB Today, Braves Country Today, going over the world of baseball, how it affects all teams, including the Atlanta Braves. Once Upon a Pastime series, Thursday nights, we'll take a deep dive on the history of this great game. And on Friday nights, Braves Country Theater, we're going to turn back the clock and bring you historic games from the past. We'll bring you a game from yesteryear. That's Braves Country Radio, the BCR. Coming this spring, a jam-packed loaded spring training schedule, wall-to-wall coverage of Major League Baseball. Pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play, the Atlanta Braves, and our out-of-town doubleheaders. American League, National League, we're covering Ronald Acuna Jr.'s LVBP Sharks in December, the Caribbean Series in January, the World Baseball Classic gets rolling on March 5th. We'll be here for all the action. We'll see you there for the classic call of the great game of baseball. Christmas. 'Twas the night before Braves Country Christmas by D.M. McGee, Braves Country Radio. 'Twas the night before Braves Country Christmas. There was a tag on the field. The bottom of the ninth. The play was appealed. It was 1 on, 1 out. The runner was leaning. Replay on the monitor looked safe, we were braining. We looked to the dugout. Replay booth got involved. Obviously safe, should be quickly resolved. Braves Country skipper lifted his cap. He said, "What's the ruckus?" as he woke from his nap. The batter out the box, waiting near the plate. "He's out!" yelled the umpire. Snitker irate. Out of the dugout, he flew like a cheetah. Beeline to the umpire, he wouldn't let beat us. Cap turned backwards. As they stood face to face, we never envisioned what was about to take place. Replay booth says he's safe, but I'm calling it out. I know what I saw, they continued to shout. "You're blind as a bat." Snit's eyes were on fire. "Something is wrong. I think you're a liar." "He was under the tag." "What the heck did you see?" "I saw the play." "You snore in your sleep." Enraged by the quip, Snit began to kick dirt, tossed a few bases, and before he could blurt a profanity-laced tirade, the ump stole the show. He motioned away and gave the skip a heave-ho. And then what took place, you would never believe, unless you were there, as the fans would all seethe. He marked through the lineup, said, "You're out of here, Hank." Smoltz, Maddox, Glavine, take that to the bank. Eddie Matthews was tossed, the crime dog too. When he tossed old Kid Nichols, he said, "What did I do?" Not missing a beat, he ripped through the names. Necro spawned Sane, and we all prayed for rain. There was Schwelly and Huddy, Leo and Bobby, Justice and Andrew, and don't forget Javi. The Babe and Cy Young, the Wright brothers too. And when he tossed Dale Murphy, there were thunderous boos. Hornsby, King Kelly, and Chipper were tossed. Acuna, Ozzie Olsen, Riley Drake were all lost. What's going on? As they looked to the roof, Ernie, Skip, Joe, Don Pete were locked out of the booth. Lefty-righty combo, Sale and Strider in the pen, were warming up just in case they had to go in. Blue said, "Don't bother, banish them all." Then the night shift in Bruce and Wagner all fall. Oh, Ventbril was hiding to give us a chance. Wohlers and Millwood, Mailer and Camp. Up like a submarine came Garber, then Bedrock. Nagel's "Whoa, whoa!" Uncle Charlie, Pena Bradclontz. They were all told goodbye, so we'd hit for a win. might have Luke throw his ephus and give us a grin. Pendleton, Hamilton, and old Deacon White, Hugh Duffy and Rabbit McCarthy would fight. Dan Brothers, George Sisler, King Kelly snuck back in. The umpire was furious, said don't try this again. He threw the last one out with a glow and a smile. If you make a comeback, it'll take quite a while. All from the hall are gone, but I'll give you a break. If you can come back without them, the rest will be saved. So trailing by many, we said, who do we have? Out of the dugout, here came the bats. 2 outs in the ninth, and the bases are clear. Brian Jordan to the plate, Jock and Eddie were near. There was Horner and Chambliss, Blauser and Otis, Lemke, Travis, Gant, Markakis gave notice. Waiting in the wings were Rafi's galore, a couple of Washington's heroes before. There was Max Freddie Dansby, cheering and proud. They could not help, the CBA won't allow. So we started the chop, around and around. All the bats were aglow and in sync with the sound. We'll swing from the heels and light up the board. The line kept it moving, score after score. Now hard hits and bloopers. Now RBI doubles. On first, on second, on third, you're in trouble. Zip, boom, bams, and ducks on the pond. Where the green grass grows, Chop House and beyond. Our Braves walked them off. We didn't need the pen. To be safe, Uncle Jesse off of waivers again. A dog pile at the plate, just like when Sid slid. Grissom's catching center, so there's Homer, game 6. They broke out the wave. The fans leaped, the fans hugged. In the stands, in the battery, we never gave up. We gloated to the ump. He tore his mask off to leave, turned back with a smile, and said, you gotta believe. I knew you had it in you, a wink from this trick. Well, son of a gun, if it wasn't St. Nick. When the going gets tough, Braves country gets going. His belly shook in laughter, and on cue it starts snowing. At the top of the chop house, he sprang to his sleigh, and 8 mighty bloopers pulled him away. A couple doggies in the front, chasing cheese like it's fetch, told Santa they knew the way, like the 7th inning stretch. Like a cannon they shot off, or the down of a thistle. Santa yelled, play ball! This game there's no whistle. Santa shouted Braves country as he flew out of sight. Merry Christmas to all. Believe in the chop every night. 'Twas the night before Braves Country Christmas by D.M. McGee, Braves Country Radio.
With sword, his truth
'Twas the night before Braves Country Christmas by D.M. McGee, Braves Country Radio. 'Twas the night before Braves Country Christmas. There was a tag on the field. The bottom of the ninth. The play was appealed. It was 1 on, 1 out. The runner was leaning. Replay on the monitor looked safe, we were braining. We looked to the dugout. Replay booth got involved. Obviously safe, should be quickly resolved. Braves Country skipper lifted his cap. He said, "What's the ruckus?" as he woke from his nap. The batter out the box, waiting near the plate. "He's out!" yelled the umpire. Snicker irate. Out of the dugout, he flew like a cheetah. Beeline to the umpire, he wouldn't let beat us. Cap turned backwards as they stood face to face. We never envisioned what was about to take place. Replay booth says he's safe, but I'm calling it out. I know what I saw, they continued to shout. "You're blind as a bat." Snit's eyes were on fire. "Something is wrong. I think you're a liar." "He was under the tag." "What the heck did you see?" "I saw the play." "You snore in your sleep." Enraged by the quip, Snit began to kick dirt, tossed a few bases, and before he could blurt a profanity-laced tirade, the ump stole the show. He motioned away and gave the skip a heave-ho. And then what took place, you would never believe, unless you were there, as the fans would all seethe. He marked through the lineup, said, "You're out of here, Hank." Smoltz, Maddox, Glavin, take that to the bank. Eddie Matthews was tossed, the crime dog too. When he tossed old Kid Nichols, he said, "What did I do?" Not missing a beat, he ripped through the names. Necro spawned sane, and we all prayed for rain. There was Schwelly and Huddy, Leo and Bobby, Justice and Andrew, and don't forget Javi. The Babe and Cy Young, the Wright brothers too. And when he tossed Dale Murphy, there were thunderous boos. Hornsby, King Kelly, and Chipper were tossed. Acuna, Ozzie Olsen, Riley Drake were all lost. What's going on? As they looked to the roof, Ernie, Skip, Joe, Don, Pete were locked out of the booth. Lefty-righty combo, Sale and Strider in the pen, were warming up just in case they had to go in. Blue said, "Don't bother, banish them all." Then the night shift and Bruce and Wagner all fall. Oh, Ventbril was hiding to give us a chance. Wohlers and Millwood, Mailer and Camp. Up like a submarine came Garber, then Bedrock. Nagel's whoa, Uncle Charlie, Pena Bradclontz. They were all told goodbye, so we'd hit for a win. Might have Luke throw his ephus and give us a grin. Pendleton, Hamilton, and old Deacon White, Hugh Duffy and Rabbit McCarthy would fight. Dan Brothers, George Sisler, King Kelly snuck back in. The umpire was furious, said, "Don't try this again." He threw the last one out with a glow and a smile. "If you make a comeback, it'll take quite a while. All from the hall are gone, but I'll give you a break. If you can come back without them, the rest will be saved." So trailing by many, we said, "Who do we have?" Out of the dugout, here came the bats. 2 outs in the ninth, and the bases are clear. Brian Jordan to the plate, Jock and Eddie were near. There was Horner and Chambliss, Blauser and Otis, Lemke, Travis, Gant, Markakis gave notice. Waiting in the wings were Rafi's galore, a couple of Washington's heroes before. There was Max Freddie Dansby, cheering and proud. They could not help, the CBA won't allow. So we started the chop, around and around. All the bats were aglow and in sync with the sound. We'll swing from the heels and light up the board. The line kept it moving, score after score. Now hard hits and bloopers. Now RBI doubles. On first, on second, on third, you're in trouble. Zip, boom, bams, and ducks on the pond. Where the green grass grows, Chop House and beyond. Our Braves walked them off. We didn't need the pen. To be safe, Uncle Jesse off of waivers again. A dog pile at the plate, just like when Sid slid. Grissom's catching center, so there's Homer, Game 6. They broke out the wave. The fans leaped, the fans hugged. In the stands, in the battery, we never gave up. We gloated to the ump. He tore his mask off to leave, turned back with a smile, and said, "You gotta believe. I knew you had it in you." A wink from this trick. Well, son of a gun, if it wasn't St. Nick. When the going gets tough, Braves country gets going. His belly shook in laughter, and on cue it starts snowing. At the top of the chop house, he sprang to his sleigh, and 8 mighty bloopers pulled him away. A couple doggies in the front, chasing cheese like it's fetch. Told Santa they knew the way, like the 7th inning stretch. Like a cannon they shot off, or the down of a thistle. Santa yelled, "Play ball! This game there's no whistle." Santa shouted Braves country as he flew out of sight. Merry Christmas to all. Believe in the chop every night. 'Twas the night before Braves Country Christmas by D.M. McGee, Braves Country Radio.
Hyperbole is done. Now we can finally play the game.
We are live in Tallahassee, the capital of the great state of Florida.
That's Desmond Howard going in motion.
Moody flushed, throws it down. Caught by Boston College. I don't believe it.
Today, we've got
Allah! Allah!
Good evening, y'all. Hope you are having a great Friday night. We're just about set for play-by-play of Alabama versus Oklahoma. Oklahoma and Alabama. Of course, this is the second. This is the rematch. Alabama lost the first one. Alabama is going to be in their all white, top to bottom, crimson helmets, white numbers on the side of the helmets, white jerseys, crimson numbers. And the Oklahoma Sooners, they will be in crimson and cream, two teams that share the crimson color. It's always a little confusing when they first hit the field. And this is the first game of the playoffs, college football playoffs. You got one game tonight. You got 3 tomorrow, a triple header. The big one is at noon tomorrow, Texas A&M and Miami, and then you got a couple of clunkers. But for you big football fans, no worries. There is an NFL doubleheader tomorrow night, so I'm sure most of y'all will be watching that. That's why we decided to do this one. Alabama is kicked to set off, Oklahoma to receive. Oklahoma with the crimson jerseys, crimson helmets. OU interlocking on the helmet. They call them cream, but they're really more of an off-white pants. And here's the kick. It's up, it's high, deep in towards the end zone. As soon as the scoreboard fires up, we'll bring it into play, and it will be a touchback. First and 10 for Oklahoma. Just about set. Looks like it is coming in, so we'll go ahead and pull this off the screen, and away we go. We'll be able to have to adjust it. There's no way to pre-do it. It really is annoying as all get out, but there is no way to do it beforehand. Here's the snap. We're going left to right across your radio dial. Mateer is on the run. He will be scrambling, and he will get dropped at about the line of scrimmage, no gain, and it'll be 2nd and 10 for the Oklahoma Sooners. Second and 10. Shotgun formation, man in motion, 2 down, 1 high. Here's a handoff, snap up the middle, and it's going to be a run for about a 5-yard gain. It'll be 3rd and about 5 yards for Oklahoma. Oklahoma nothing, Alabama nothing. Just getting going here in the first quarter. I think we've got everything rolling. I did a sound check before. I believe we're okay. Good to see everybody in the chat. We'll get to that here in a minute. Royal Pita. Gary, the real McCoy. Uncle Willis. What you talking about, Willis? Here's the snap, 3rd and 6. Drops back to pass, fires over to the right-hand side, and the ball is caught. What a great diving catch as he's heading out of bounds, the toe tap. And it's going to be an Oklahoma first down. So 1st and 10 for Oklahoma. Shotgun formation, handoff up to the right-hand side, and squiggling his way for about an 8-yard gain. Be about 2nd and 2. Troy Blaylock on the run. No huddle offense. Shotgun. Mateer drops back to pass. He's flushed out of the pocket. It's going to run up the middle, and he will dive about a yard short, and it'll be 3rd down and about 1. The ball did come out, but it does look like that the field judge is marking him down. It did appear that he was down on the play. Oh, I don't know. The ball did come out. I don't know about this. We'll have to take a look at this. And did Alabama come up with it? That's the big question. It looks like Mateer had pinned it to Alabama's defensive player's leg, so they're going to give him the ball regardless, but the ball moves back about a yard, so 3rd and 2, shotgun formation. 2 high, 2 low, H-back. Here's the direct snap to Mateer. He's going to knife his way, dive, and that'll be an Oklahoma first down. Good running there by Mateer. 0-0 your score. 1st and 10, ball at about midfield. Got 3 men high. Mateer looking over the defense, approaches the line, but then goes back to shotgun formation. Single back option. Here's the snap. Rolls out to the right. Fires it over, and that ball is going to be almost caught on the play. Deion Burks, number 4, had his hands on the ball, but it did look like that Brown knocked it loose. It'll be 2nd and 10. Good defensive play by the cornerback, Brown. So 2nd and 10, shotgun formation. Ball at the 44-yard line, almost 45 of Alabama. Here's the snap, handoff up the middle. And he's going to be stuffed. Dropped for no gain right there at the line of scrimmage. Good defensive play by Alabama Simmons, number 90 on the play. And it'll be 3rd and very long, 3rd and 10. London Simmons, the true freshman, 6'3", 303-pounder. Good to see what you talking about, Willis, there. Shotgun formation. Looking off to the right. Mateer drops back to pass. Ball will fall incomplete. We'll see what they decide to do here. You'd think they would try to punt and pin Alabama deep. The ball is at the 45-yard line, right at it. So not really field goal territory for college football kickers. It does look like they are going to kick. So here we go. Here comes the punt. And the snap is up. Kick is high, end over end punt, and it's going to be fair caught at about the 11-yard line. Do apologize for the pause. The streaming channel bugged out. If you're familiar with ESPN's pay subscription, it is absolutely awful. Well, that's going to put Alabama just outside the 10-yard line. We'll be back in a flash. Ty Simpson and the Alabama Crimson Tide to get the ball when we return.
I hope you guys are happy you canceled catcalling. Okay, I just walked past a group of construction workers and they didn't even look at me. Good. That's a win. Yay. I'm fine.
So I've been on this earth for 48 years, and I'm starting my 49th today. And I'm thankful. I am. Somebody didn't get to wake up today, so for that I am thankful. But I made a few realizations as I approached damn near 50. I definitely still think I'm 25 years old in my head, but my body is easily 68, 70. Coffee is delightful at any time of the day. I should not be driving at night. I can't see nothing. I don't know how we get anywhere. It's a bunch of streaky lights and squiggly lines. It's one of my favorite hobbies is now sitting down and being not bothered. I don't know when this started, but I grunt for no reason at all. I just make weird ass noises. I can't grow hair on my head no more, but it sure grow real fast in my nose and my ears for some reason. I'm gonna be such a curmudgeon when I get 70. It's gonna be ridiculous.
He weighed about 142, 145 pounds, about 6'1", so he was a skinny right-handed junior. And when he threw the baseball, it just exploded out of his hand with it almost effortlessly.
Red Murph pitched for the Braves during his career, and then he became a scout. Jim Watson was the baseball coach in Alvin. And he told Jim not to tell any other scouts about Nolan.
Well, he told me I had the best arm he'd ever seen and truly believed that I would pitch in the big league.
My dad's uncle, my grandmother's brother, was one of the initial owners of the New York Mets. What's interesting from our family's perspective is that a young pitcher on that team was Nolan Ryan.
A constant theme in Nolan's life from the start in baseball. He was always undervalued.
The Mets were pretty much the only team on him. Took him in the 12th round. They just took a flyer. They just thought, well, here's a guy with a good arm, and let's see what we end up with.
Welcome back. Nothing, your score. 1st and 10, ball at about the 10-yard line, handoff up the middle, and going to be stopped for about no gain. It'll be 2nd down and long. 10:25 on the clock. Ball might have got a 1-yard gain. We'll call it 2nd and 9. Ball is right outside the 13-yard line. We're going right to left across your radio dial. Here's the snap. And looking over to the left-hand side, Simpson fires it over to Horton. He'll make the catch, and it'll be 3rd down and very manageable. 3rd and about 4 or 5. We'll call it 5. Shotgun formation. 2 high, 2 low, single back set. Oklahoma bringing 4 on the left, 1 on the right. Here's the snap. Inside blitz. Throw over to the right-hand side, and the ball it's going to be dropped, and that's going to be an Alabama 4th down. Looks like 3 and out. Seriously doubt DeBoer decides to go for it here in the early goings. 0-0 your score. Taking another look at it, Simpson. Good throw. That ball's got to be caught. That ball has to be caught. Receiver on the play was Horton. He just dropped the ball. So 0-0 your score. 2 punts will start the game. Oklahoma moved the ball, if you're just joining us, to about midfield. And Alabama 3 and out. Here's the snap. High, deep, end over end punt. It's going to stick in the ground, take kind of a funny hop and roll to about the Oklahoma 40. Probably the 41 is where they will set up. 0-0 your score. 9:03 on the clock. We'll see if they go to break. If they do, we'll take it with them. If not, we'll stay right here. They are taking a quick timeout. We'll be back in a flash. Oklahoma, Alabama, 0-0. First quarter, 9 minutes left.
All right, so pretty much told me that she wanted to get a divorce.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said.
So what'd you say?
I just said that the Titans wasn't looking too good this season.
It's the same thing. It's the same thing.
Oh my God, I haven't seen you in forever. Let's stand in the middle of the aisle so nobody can get by. Get the out of my way. I need my Fruit Loops.
Recently I found out that.
So you can record the dumb you say? You recently found out you're supposed to heat up Pop-Tarts? You're supposed to put it in a toaster, not the microwave. But you're sitting here and putting them in a thing because you recently found out Pop-Tarts are supposed to be hot. They were always supposed to be hot. Pop-Tarts go in the toaster to pop up. That's it. The slow gotta stop. I need you to think. Did you ever look at the box of the Pop-Tarts?
I've been eating Pop-Tarts cold my whole life.
Your whole life because you're greedy. Because you sneak food. You sneak snacks. I used to heat them up for you just like the social strudels. They both go hot. Go to bed. Go to bed. No.
He came to me and said, I got drafted today. Well, I thought he meant the Army. He was 18 and out of high school, and it was during Vietnam. A lot of our friends had gotten drafted. And he goes, no, the baseball draft. And he said, I'll be leaving pretty soon. And I'm like, oh, that was a shock to me. I had plans to go to college, but when Nolan left at age 18, I was only 16. I really missed him. I really wanted to be with him. Red Murph found out that we were probably going to get married one day. He said, Ruth, you know that you're going to have to share Nolan with the world. And I thought, I'm not sharing Nolan with anybody, I was very put out that he said that to me. And it was so true. I did end up sharing him with the world. I had no idea what the baseball life would really be like. That was a shock.
Good morning, sir. I'm the census taker. Are you married or happy?
Welcome back. Ian Hamilton signed to your Atlanta Braves. Those of y'all who are Braves fans checking out the game. 0-0 your score. He's a relief pitcher. For those of y'all who may not be very familiar with him because he's not a household name, Ian Hamilton, the last 3 years he has been a relief pitcher for the New York Yankees and has thrown almost 140 innings. And in that time period, last year was a little bit of an outlier. His ERA was a little over 4 at 4.28. Other than that, he had a 2.64 and a 3.82. So the Braves will be expecting big contribution with the depth of the bullpen. If you're thinking about, well, who did he take whose job did he take? Essentially, if you look at it, when they released Pierce Johnson, it's kind of a Tyler Kinley. It's more of one of those. Now, obviously, Johnson was playing as their setup man, but that'll be Robert Suarez. Much deeper bullpen is expected here in 2026. Here in the football game, it's 0-0, 9:03 on the clock. As we welcome in our Braves Country Radio Facebook viewers, you'll notice at your screen that they're going left to right, but we're going right to left. I have to call it to the radio crowd as I see it. Here's the snap shotgun formation, and it's going to be a wide pitch off to the right-hand side. It'll be second. We'll call it about 8. 0-0 your score. First quarter just getting going. Shotgun formation. Mateer drops back to pass, fires it over the middle. Caught! The ball's down to the 35-yard line, and it's an Oklahoma first down. Good throw over the middle. Gain of about 25. Catch on the play was number 84, the tight end, Jermichael Carter. And Oklahoma, once again, is in Alabama territory. Can they make a dent on the scoreboard? Last time they were turned away, had to punt from the 45. Shotgun formation, Mateer. Play action pass, RPO. Here comes the throw over the left-hand side. Wide open man, overthrows him by a good 5 yards. It'll be second down. He hits his man over there on the left-hand side. Taking another look at it. Yeah, there's nobody back there. There's not a safety in sight. Gibson was wide open. Standing at the 15-yard line. The ball dropped at about the 10. Tier kicking himself on that one. Shotgun formation. Nothing your score. 7:38 on the clock. Here's the snap. Handoff off to the left-hand side. Booting and scooting up to about the 24-yard line is Mateer. And that's going to be an Oklahoma first down. So 0-0 your score, 1st and 10. Shotgun formation. Handoff is up the middle. He will be stopped right about the 25-yard line. Might have actually gotten a negative gain on that one. Good defensive line play by the Alabama Crimson Tide once again. They are playing tough up the middle. Third time in this game that they've dropped the runner just behind the line of scrimmage. Good to see you, Christmas lights, as was. I know I saw Willis in there. I know I saw Gary McCoy, shotgun formation, rolling out to the right-hand side. Mateer looking, fires it out of bounds. Didn't really have a receiver open, just trying to get rid of it. And it'll be 3rd and 10. See who else we have in here tonight as I try to scroll back during in-between plays. Thanks for the heads up, Peter, letting everybody know about the Hamilton signing. Everyone loves Raymond. Good to see you. Shotgun formation, ball at the 25-yard line. Mateer drops back to pass, dumps it over the middle. Caught. Ball. Runner's make it off to the left-hand side, scooching all the way down inside the 10-yard line. Loses his balance and runs out of bounds, but it's an Oklahoma first down. Good catch and run there by Xavier Robinson, the X-Man. Just could not keep his balance. We'll see where they step him out at. It is 1st and goal, but it's either right inside the 5 or right inside the 10. They did mark him out at the 9. So shotgun formation, 1st and goal, ball just inside the 9-yard line. Here's the snap. Mateer keeps it, dances his way off to the right, dances his way, scoots, throws a little hop step and dumps into the end zone, and that's an Oklahoma Sooner touchdown. 6-0 your score. Oklahoma strikes first blood. So 6-0 your score. And here's the snap. The kick is up. The kick is good. And 7-0 Alabama will be looking to answer the call. 5:29 left here in the first quarter. Oklahoma grabs the early lead. College football playoff first round here in Norman.
Hey, Dad, what's one piece of advice you'd give to somebody?
Don't have kids.
All right, then.
Wait, what'd you say?
I know you're watching football all day, so I'm going to go get you some more beer and make some wings for lunch. And I was also thinking that we could hang that TV outside so you could have 2 games at once. Why are you crying?
It's just the first time that you've said that you've loved me in a while.
Where are you from?
What?
Where are you from?
What you talking about?
Where are you from?
You know where I'm from.
The folks want to know.
Oh, you're doing a question?
Yeah. Come talk to these folks.
All right, I'll tell them.
We are from West Georgia, near the Alabama line. We're a little bit classy and a little bit trashy. I probably have some family members that have dual roles. Do you know what that means? A cousin, maybe an uncle. Yep. I just had one locked up because they were mixing up chemicals in their motorhome. Look how she's looking at me. Don't be hating on your family.
Ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow is Friday, and to most blue-collar workers, that means nothing at all, because we got to go to work on Saturday.
We lost because my colleagues didn't stand up with me. And I can't make any excuse for them. Had we shown any amount of solidarity, if the superstars had stood up and said, we're with Curt Flood, if the superstars had walked into the courtroom in New York and made their presence known, I think that the owners would have gotten the message very clearly, given me a chance to win that.
Curt Flood never played Major League Baseball again.
Welcome back. Peter, you were talking about streaming shows, and what gets me are some of the shows that I just didn't watch for whatever reason. Some of it's being busy doing the radio thing, but also, you know how shows just, they make so many on different networks, they just kind of go under your radar. And I remember trying to watch the show years ago, and I don't know what happened, but it didn't keep my attention. And after about an episode, I just quit watching. And I found it again. I kept saying I was going to watch it during this last baseball season, but I just never have time to watch anything. So the off season, one of the first things that I streamed front to back, and I know this thing was canceled because of the pandemic, because the last year it was made was 2019 and it never came back. There's no way in hell that thing wasn't popular. If anybody has seen Sneaky Pete, I mean, it was phenomenal. We are back. The kick is high and deep, and Alabama's going to run it out to about the 15-yard line. Probably should have fair caught that one, and it's going to be Alabama 1st and 10 on their own 15, trailing 7-0, 5:25 on the clock. going right to left across your radio dial. Alabama. Shotgun formation. Simpson drop back to pass. He's sacked. He's sacked. He gets dropped for about a 7 or 8 yard loss. The man on the sack coming up on the right-hand side. Blind spot of Simpson. I mean, nobody picked him up. It was number 10, Kip Lewis, 6'1", 227-pounder. So it's going to be 2nd and 18, they'll call it. Lewis, the red shirt junior. Shotgun formation, ball at the 5-yard line. Simpson drops back to pass, fires it over the middle. And he will catch the ball, but he'll get dropped after a minimal gain. It'll be 3rd and long. Simpson and company just trying to get out of the shadows of their own goalpost, make a manageable 3rd down. It'll be 3rd and 10. So just about where this drive started, maybe a touch behind that line. 4:17 on the clock. Shotgun formation, Simpson coming up to the line. He's going to have to call a timeout. He got confused by whatever he saw on the line, and they're going to take a quick timeout. We're going to stay right here with you. Trying to figure out what it was that, I guess they were showing a 2, maybe even 3-man blitz, and Simpson, by the time he realized what was going on, he called a timeout. It did look like he got it just in time. That clock was about to expire. I do believe they gave him the credit for the timeout. So it'll be 3rd and 10. Yeah, I don't know if any of y'all have seen that show, Sneaky Pete. It's on Netflix, I think, now. But anyways, a phenomenal show. It's got a pretty darn good cast, and it's well written. Like I said, I believe the reason why it only went 3 seasons is because that last season was 2019. I haven't had time to look it up and find out, exactly why. But it appears that so many shows were lost during the pandemic. Because depending on where you were filming at, you might have been shut down for 2 or 3 years, and at that point, it's almost impossible. I've caught Longmire before. It didn't really catch my attention. It was solid, but it felt like one of those shows that could have easily been on network TV. I like more of the gripping dramas. But I might be wrong. I only watched about half of the first season. It might have gotten better. Sneaky Pete, that thing. The guy plays a con artist that just breaks out of jail. And I don't want to be a spoiler, but he that's the gist of the show and all the twists and turns of his life. I'm gonna trying to find something else to catch. I'm trying to find something that has a good solid amount of seasons. I've seen so many of the actual popular shows. It's hard to find something I haven't seen. Because during the off season, I'll binge watch, even if I'm not watching every single episode while I'm in the office, in the studio, cutting new commercials and doing other things. I'll have something on in the background. No, it's not really violent, Peter. It's not what I would consider violent. It's not like blood and gore and anything like that. If it was just nothing but that, those shows tend to not be very good, not very well written. This is a well-written show, well-acted show. We're back to the action, 3rd and 10, shotgun formation. Alabama, their own 14-yard line. Shotgun formation. Simpson drops back to pass, looking. Here comes the rush. Simpson goes into his own end zone, then fires the ball over towards the sidelines. The receiver and the defensive back got tangled up over there, but it doesn't look like a flag has come out, and it is 4th down. Big stop there by the Oklahoma defense, keeping Alabama in the shadow of their own end zone, as they'll have to punt on 4th and 10, trailing 7-0. Crimson Tide yet to have a first down. Fourth and 10. Here's the snap. The kick is up. Oh, it almost got blocked. Kick is high, and it'll be fair. Caught at the 46-yard line. Kind of a nonchalant punt attempt there, and number 38 for the Oklahoma Sooners came flying in there. I don't know how he missed that ball. Must have went through his hands. That was Owen Heineke, 6'1" redshirt junior. And Oklahoma will get the ball once again in Alabama territory. They are. Heineke out of Tulsa, Oklahoma. Shotgun formation, ball at the 46-yard line, they'll call it. 3 high, 1 low. Drops back to pass, fires it over to the left-hand side. The ball is caught and scooching ahead for about a 12-yard gain. It'll be 2nd and 2. Catch was made on the play by Jaron Kanak. And it'll 2nd and 2, 3:15 on the clock. Shotgun formation, ball at the 38-yard line. Here's the snap, handoff up the middle. I don't believe he got the first down. We'll see where they place it. The line judge looks like he's walking it up like it will be, and it is going to be an Oklahoma Sooner first down. Good to see you, Brian. Uncle Charlie, welcome in. Thought I saw John earlier. Shotgun formation, 2:35 on the clock. Here's the snap, handoff. Going around the end and toppled over, ass over T-Cat. It'll be about a 6-yard gain for the Oklahoma Sooners. Running back on the play, Blaylock, got upended. It actually got him a couple more yards. That's about a 6-7 yard gain. They're going to call it 6, 2nd and 4. Oklahoma threatening at the 30-yard line. Here's the snap. Halfback toss off to the right-hand side, pushing and pulling his way down to the 26-yard line. It's going to be 3rd and 1, but here comes a flag out. We'll see what this is about. If it's on Oklahoma, that's going to be shooting themselves in the foot. We're right there in field goal range. If it's against Alabama, that's going to be a huge first down. Looked like it might have been a late hit. If not, maybe a face mask. The flag came out very late. DeBoer is over there trying to. No, it must be on Oklahoma. Here we go. Unsportsmanlike conduct on Oklahoma. And that'll be a 15-yard penalty. And it'll be 3rd down and 16. See what happened here looking at the replay. It's a little bit of a late hit. Maybe a ticky-tack call, but you definitely can't do that. I don't know if the whistle had been blown at that point, but it's definitely well past right around the echo of the whistle is what we'll call it. So here we go, 3rd and 18 from the 43-yard line, shotgun formation. Mateer drops back to pass, throws it over to the left-hand side. Ball is caught and scooting over down to the 32, 33, almost 32-yard line. It'll be 4th down, but a big gain there of almost 10 yards to put them closer into field goal range, or they could possibly go for it. Good catch out there by Isaiah the third. And it'll be 4th and 8, and they will set up for a field goal. This is going to be a long one, 50 yards. Tate Sandell lines up. They're going to make it actually a 51-yard attempt, but he's a good one, 15 out of 16 on the year. Here's the kick, high, deep enough. Is it going to make it in? It does scoot right through the uprights, just over the right-hand side, and it is 10-0 Oklahoma. What a kick by the left-footed Sandell. Didn't look like he hit it well. It's kind of a knuckleball, but he pushed it through, and the Oklahoma Sooners have a 10-0 lead. We'll be back in a flash. 10-0 your score. Alabama. See if they can climb back into this one. We're heading towards the second quarter here on the BCR.
Ever wondered why Alabama fans everywhere say Roll Tide? It's not just a chant, it's part of college football legend. The story starts back in 1907, when Alabama battled Auburn in a muddy slugfest. Alabama wasn't supposed to have a chance, but they fought to a 6 tie. A sports writer from the Birmingham Age Herald described how the players walked off the field covered in red mud, calling them a Crimson Tide. The name stuck, and the Alabama Crimson Tide was born. But where does Roll Tide come in? That came later. As fans watched the team roll over opponents through the years, the phrase became a war cry. First appearing in Alabama's fight song, Yay Alabama, with the line, Go, Roll to Victory. Over time, those words turned into two.
Here's the kickoff, going right to left across your radio dial, high end over end kick. Alabama will fair catch the ball, and they'll set up shop. 25-yard line, trailing 10-0. Thought they were going to commercial break, but they're not. There's only 45 seconds left on the clock. Here in the first quarter. Here we go, shotgun formation. Simpson hands it off, left-hand side, diving and knifing his way, leaping over the 30-yard line, down to about the 33, up to about the 33, and Alabama an 8-yard gain. Jam Miller diving ahead. And it'll be second and very short. They're calling it 3. Look more like 2. Got to figure Alabama's got to start running that football. Keep the Oklahoma defense honest. It's one of the better defenses in the country. Remember, their head coach came over from Clemson from their championship years, and that's what they lived on was defense. Under center, snap, handoff, I formation. Handoff is back up to Miller. He'll get stopped for maybe a 1-yard gain, and we'll head to the second quarter. It's 10-0 Oklahoma, but Alabama's got the ball in a very short third down. They're looking for their first down of the game.
Excuse me, do you know how to get to town?
Yeah, it's back the way you came.
Hey, Braves fans, Braves baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac McGee, and I'll be bringing you Braves baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves country baseball, first pitch to last pitch, all season long, right here.
White people, I want to have a conversation with y'all because y'all have really pissed me off. Where are the new rock bands? Like when I was growing up, we had Green Day. Y'all keep trying to twerk. That's the problem. We need some headbangers. Like, what happened to all the garage bands? I ain't met a white dude in like 10 years that said him and his band. That just randomly brings up his band. Do y'all not do that anymore? Why all the skater boys want to be DJs and rappers and producers? What is going on? White people, I say this because I care. Stop rapping. Bring back the rock bands. We didn't even judge y'all because the singer really could never sing. We never judged y'all because the music was that good. Can we please have that back?
Armchair.
Is there no way we can get rid of him?
Not without cause.
I have cause. It is because I hate him.
Now is Henry Aaron. Here's a pitch to Aaron. All game in the seventh inning, the Cardinals lead 3-0. Here's a pitch to Henry Aaron. There's a drive way back. It's out on the Green Avenue in right center. Tremendous home run. Hit the light tower out there. Holy cow, did he kiss that ball. There's his 42nd home run of the year. His 126th run batted in. Oh, did he hit that ball.
Welcome back. 10-0 your score. Still a long way to go in this one. Alabama needing to get on the board. Last thing you want to do is turn it over back to Mateer and the offense, as they have been going through the Alabama defense like a hot knife through butter. Could be a lot worse than what it is. You look at that penalty that stalled out the last drive, and you look at the idea that that first drive, they kind of shot themselves in the foot as well. This could be a 3-score game. You know, Brian, it's not too late to steal Mike Norvell away from Florida State. Yeah, we'll help him pack. 10-0 your score. Ball at the 33-yard line. Alabama, 3rd and 3. Shotgun formation. Simpson drops back to pass. Looks over the left-hand side. Throw is wide of the mark, and it's going to be incomplete. And an Alabama 4th down. We'll see if they think about going for this. Bad throw off there to the left side. He's had a couple of drops from the receivers, but he's also made a couple of really bad passes. DeBoer is raising $300 worth of hell on the side. Oh, I see now. It looked like there was a hold on his receiver. You didn't see it from the first, but yeah, he definitely held him. Here's the snap. The punt is high and deep. And it's going to roll out of bounds. Not quite as deep as I thought it was going to be. It's going to roll out of bounds about the 35-yard line. So Oklahoma is going to be in very good position. You look at that. It really is crazy how I've never noticed this before, but Alabama and Oklahoma's head coach look almost identical, and they're both wearing red hats. I mean, it is crazy. Looked like they were switched at birth. The shotgun formation. Mateer back to work, 37-yard line. Here's the snap. Looking back, looks over the middle, fires it over the middle. The ball is knocked down. Good defensive play out there by the Alabama Crimson Tide. Number 7, Deshaun Jones, the senior. A good defensive play. They're showing the replay. I think they might be questioning whether or not he hung on to the receiver, but I mean, at some point you got to let these guys play. Shotgun formation, too high, too low. H-back, here comes the man in motion. Here's the snap, and ball is hand off to Xavier Robinson. He'll knife his way for about a 2-yard gain. It'll be 3rd and long for the Sooners. Over-under in this game was sitting right around 40 at kickoff. It was as low as 39.5 a couple of days ago on our show, but I saw that it got up to 42. I believe it was right at 41 at kickoff, depending on which book you were looking at. And it was a virtual pick'em. Shotgun formation, Mateer. Looking for the snap. Single backfield. Two low, one high. Here's the snap, Mateer. Rolls out to his right side, buying time. Fires it over to the right-hand side. The ball is caught, but is he in bounds? Is he in bounds? Alabama sideline does not think he's in bounds, but though it's being called a catch, and it's an Oklahoma Sooner first down. I have to see this again. Man, if he dragged that foot, it is close. He's leaning, and it looks like his feet come up as he's dragging it, but does that last right toe, it may have scraped the ground, and the problem is it was called a first down on the field. So to get that overturned, they're going to have the evidence. They did stop the play, so they're taking a look at this. It's so difficult to see if that last foot, his right foot, did the toe scrape the ground at the end, and it was being called on the sideline by the side judge who was standing right there. If he had a good look at it and thinks the toe hit, it does look like that foot may be making contact as he's catching the ball. Man, that is a close call. I was about to say it depends on what color jersey you're wearing, but they're both wearing crimson. But if you're a Boomer Sooner, you're like, that's a catch. Move the change. If you're Roll Tide, you're like, what are you, nuts? So the review is in, and the call will be upheld. I honestly think that's one of those, they called it on the field, so we got to hold it up. It is that close. If you had to have 2 feet in, he definitely doesn't get that call. So 1st and 10 for Oklahoma. Shotgun formation, 2 high, 1 low. H back on the left side. Here's the snap. Mateer fakes the handoff, fires it over the middle. The ball is caught for an Oklahoma first down. Mateer looked to his left and fired the ball dead over the middle. He got his man for about a almost 20-yard gain. Catch on the play made by number 4, Deion Burks, 5'9" redshirt senior out of Michigan. Here's the snap, handoff to the left-hand side, and Johnson is upended, pushed back. That's about a 3-yard loss. It'll be 2nd and 13. Alabama getting a lot of pressure on that line, pushing the Oklahoma run blockers around in this game. The ball's really been moved at will through the air, but they're having a hard time finding it on the ground. Shotgun formation. Here's the snap. Mateer fires it over to the right-hand side. Ball is caught once again by Deion Burks, but only about a 2 or 3 yard gain. It'll be 3rd and long. $11:55 on the clock here in the second quarter. 3rd and 5. Shotgun formation, 2 high, 3 low. Here's the snap. Mateer looking, all time to throw. Fires it over the middle. The ball is caught down to the 6-yard line, and it's an Oklahoma first down. Catch was made by Jacob Jordan, wide receiver out of Southland, Texas, the senior. Shotgun formation. Ball at the 7-yard line. 1st and goal. Mateer drops back to pass. Looking, fires in the end zone. And wide open for an Oklahoma touchdown is number 5 on the play, Isaiah Satanga. Isaiah the third makes it 16-0. Wide open, just sat down inside the zone, back of the end zone. 3:57 on the drive, 8 plays, 63 yards. The kick is up, the kick is good, and it's 17-0 Oklahoma. When we return, Alabama gets the ball, and Alabama is going to have to get to work and get on the board. 17-0. You don't want this game to get away from you. Still a long way to go. We'll head to break. Bama gets the ball when we return.
Okay, but I am so jealous of the girls who lose 50, 100 pounds and they go from looking huge to looking like a completely different person. I have lost 117 pounds now, and I feel like I still look like a...
Full stop. Listen to me. I know I'm not everybody's cup of tea, so this opinion might not matter. I'm proud of you. You lost a person in weight, you dork. You made a lifestyle change, not a weight loss change. Okay, weight loss was just the byproduct of better decision making. You're doing fantastic, by the way. Get fit, stay fit. You're doing great.
Raines, who enjoyed a 23-year career in the major leagues. Our next left fielder played less than half that.
In only 10 years in the majors, he had over 360 home runs and was elected to the Hall of Fame.
He is Ralph Kiner.
Ralph Kiner was a big, strong fella who joined the Pittsburgh Pirates in 1946, first year after World War II concluded.
Before the war, Ralph had never played above Double-A, but quickly showed why he belonged in the bigs.
My second year in baseball, I ended up with 51 home runs.
And thus began an unprecedented and still unmatched streak.
Led the National League in home runs not only that year, but in each of his first 7 seasons. Remarkable accomplishment.
It's another home run for Ralph Kiner.
Kiner's 7-year stretch of dominance is one of the great peaks in baseball history.
And the reason Ralph steered toward home runs made perfect sense.
The home run hitters drive Cadillacs and singles hitters drive Fords. Most ball players were making very little money. The ones that made some money were the home run hitters.
Kiner swings and sends a towering belt deep to left field. It's going, it is gone.
With 369 home runs and more than 1,000 RBIs, Kiner stands amongst the most celebrated power hitters in baseball.
Welcome back. 17-0 your score. Alabama having trouble here in Norman, Oklahoma. Sooners set to kick off. Alabama set to receive. Still a long way to go in this one, but Joe Simpson has got to find a way to start moving that ball. They've had some success running the football a little bit, but if they're going to come back, they're going to have to do it through the air. And Oklahoma will have their ears pinned back now. Kickoff is coming from OU. Here's the kick high, end over end towards the right side. The ball's going to be fair caught at about the 5-yard line. Alabama will set up shop at about their 25-yard line to get this going. Man of the hour so far is definitely Mateer, the Oklahoma quarterback. He has outplayed Simpson. The Alabama defense has just had some huge holes on the passing game so far. They got to button that up. Shotgun formation. 2 high, 3 low. Empty back set. Here's the snap as they fake the blitz, but Simpson's going to roll out to the left-hand side anyways. Throws it over there to the right side, and he throws it into traffic. It's going to skip across the grass. 2nd and 10. Simpson just does not seem... one of the things that they pointed out today as I was trying to get an idea of this game, I thought that was very telling. Basically pointing out that all the games that Simpson has struggled in have been on the road, so he has not reacted well in the away environments, even including the SEC championship game. Here's the snap, shotgun formation, fires it over the right-hand side. The ball is caught. About a 5-yard gain out there by Brooks, number 17. It'll be 3rd down and about 5. Loiser Brooks, the true freshman, 5'9", 191 slot man. 3rd and 5, 10-14 on the clock and counting. We're going left to right across your radio dial. Shotgun formation. Line to gain is the 35-yard line. Simpson, man in motion. 1 back set. Here's the snap. Looks back to pass. Here comes the pressure. Fires it over to the left-hand side, and the ball is caught out there by number 17 of the Alabama Crimson Tide. Holy Toledo. What a great catch by Josiah Heim. He had to lean back as the ball was overthrown, and as he was stumbling to the turf, he makes the catch, and it's the first time the Crimson Tide have broke into Oklahoma territory. So shotgun formation, 1st and 10, ball at the 41-yard line of the Sooners. The Tide, 3 high, 1 low, 1 back set. Shotgun 4, and here comes the snap. Dropping back, looking, has to get rid of it, chucks it over towards the right-hand side. Almost intercepted, just kind of threw it up for grabs, getting out of the defender's pursuit. He was really close to being sacked and really close to an intentional grounding, but I do believe he got outside the box. Did the ball get up there far enough? That's the big question. I don't believe that it did. But I don't see a flag. So it'll be 2nd and 10, bullet dodged by Simpson in the Tide. I guess you can make an argument there was a receiver somewhat in the area. So shotgun formation, 41-yard line of Oklahoma. Alabama with the ball. Here's the snap. Simpson drops back to pass, fires it over the middle. Ball's caught down to the 20, down to the 18-yard line, and it is a Alabama 1st down. Cuevas with the catch. Good catch out there by Cuevas. He'll be playing on Sundays for sure. The tight end for an Alabama Crimson Tide, probably the best in the country. They finally dialed him up. Shotgun formation, ball at the 18-yard line. 1st and 10. Simpson drops back to pass. Looking. Fires it over the left-hand side. Ball is behind his intended receiver. And I believe that was Cuevas once again. It was. Ball was behind him. He went down low to try to make the catch, but was unable to do so. So 2nd and 10, 8:29 on the clock. Shotgun formation, ball at the 18-yard line. Alabama hands it off to the left-hand side. Jam Miller breaking a couple of tackles. He'll rumble all the way down to the 13-yard line. It'll be 3rd and very manageable. You got to figure this is probably 4-down territory unless they were to lose yardage here. So here we go. Shotgun formation, ball at the 14-yard line. They're calling it 3rd and 6. I thought he got down a little closer, but here's the snap. Simpson looks back to pass, fires it over to the right-hand side. The ball is caught, but short of the line to gain. It'll be 4th and about 2. And you got to figure in today's world of analytics, they'll definitely be going for it, and they will. It's 4th and 2, 7:24 on the clock. Looking for a big stop here. Shotgun formation, 4th and 2, 7:12 on the clock. Couple of man in motion. You got 3 to the left, trip set, 2 down low. Here's the snap. Looking over, fires it over the middle. The ball's caught. Alabama first down, diving, touch me down. It's Alabama on the board. Holy cow. Fourth and 2. He had a couple of men open. He went underneath to number 17, Brooks. But he also had a man in the corner that was wide open. You can make the argument he misread the defense, should have thrown it to him. I think that was Cuevas out there alone in the back of the end zone. But a great play by Brooks, and the Crimson Tide are on the board. Here's the snap. The kick is up. The kick is good. And your Alabama Crimson Tide, your Oklahoma Sooners, we got ourselves a ball game. 17-7. We'll be back in a flash on the BCR College Football Playoffs.
I just know your dad changes the subject when your name comes up. I just know your dealer sells you oregano-laced weed, and you have no idea. And then you bring it to Thanksgiving and act like you're one of the cool cousins.
Do you think it should have the chance to go back to Redskins, or are you fine with Commanders? Where do you stand on that?
Point blank. All the tree huggers, and I don't care if you're in here or not, you might want to leave the room, but forget about it. It's Redskins. My Super Bowl rings say Redskins, Washington Redskins. My grandfather is full Seminole Indian on my mother's side. So I'm Native American, and it doesn't bother me at all. And when I asked my grandfather when he was alive, when I was playing in the 80s, he said, "No, grandson, I'm very proud of you playing in the NFL."
Question, am I allowed to run over pedestrians if they're still trying to wear COVID masks? Yes or no?
At least I'm not on crack. Out of all of the things I'm struggling with in life, crack is not one of them. A win is a win.
So today, I'm wearing a nice dark shade of exhaustion under my eyes. Hope you like it.
There's no question that Nolan Ryan, when he first came to the Mets, was very wild. His minor league numbers, they're right out of Nuke LaLoosh from Bull Durham. And then he gets called up to the Mets pretty young, at the point where he's probably not ready to go.
So Nolan Ryan makes his major league debut against one of the heaviest hitting teams in baseball, the Atlanta Braves.
I can remember coming out of the bullpen in Chase Stadium, and I'm 19 years old, and I'm going to be facing Henry Aaron, Eddie Matthews, and Philippe Alou, and those guys. God, I had those guys' baseball cards.
Tall, slender right-hander.
Joe Torre was on that team.
And the pitch to Joe Torre. A fly ball, well hit to right field, way back, and it's over the wall, a home run.
Welcome back. $17-7 your score. Alabama getting on the board. Here was 6:52 left on the clock. Oklahoma set to receive. Remember, Alabama will get the ball to start the second half, so they're looking for a defensive stop here. Here's the kickoff, high and deep, end over end, into the back of the end zone, or roll to the back, out of bounds. And Oklahoma will set up shop at the 25-yard line. (17-7). Oklahoma jumped out to a 17-0 lead. Alabama just answered. You're just joining us. First time they'd been across midfield. Of course, the first time they had scored as well. Shotgun formation. Mateer claps his hands. Here comes the snap, fires it over the left-hand side. The ball is caught. Scooching his way for about a 15-yard gain is number 4 on the play, Deion Burks. And it's an Oklahoma Sooner first down. Shotgun formation. Mateer drifts up to the line, possibly changing the play. Still 13 seconds on the play clock. Looking to the sidelines for some direction. 3 receivers low, 1 high, single back set. Here's the snap. Mateer keeps it, dives into the middle of the pack, and he's smacked. He's whacked after a 3-yard gain. Hubbard almost depleted him. Mateer's going to have to get down, or at least get low on a run like that. He's running way too high. Athletic runner, we know, but it's a good way to get hurt. Also a good way for the ball to come jarring out. 200 yards total offense for Oklahoma tonight. Alabama with 87, most of them coming from that last drive. Shotgun formation, 1st and 10 from the 44. Snap, drops back to pass. Mateer got a man open over the middle. He will make the throw, and the catch is made, and it's an Oklahoma first down. So 3rd and 3. Apologies, I hit that button on accident. It is not a first down. It's 3rd and 3. .451 on the clock and ticking. So 3rd and 3 at the Oklahoma 47. Right at midfield is the line to gain. Shotgun. Here's the snap. Here comes the rush. And Mateer somehow avoids the sack and fires it over the middle. And the ball is dropped by the receiver. Xavier Robinson was wide open. And if he makes the catch, he probably walks into the end zone, but instead it's going to be 4th and 3. It's also noted there that when Mateer danced out of the way and he had a chance to go to pick up that first down, he would have gotten it. The defense, 15 yards away from him, he only had to run up 5, but he decided to go for the downs. And now it'll be 4th down. We'll see what Oklahoma decides to do with it. Xavier Robinson, a running back. Looks like Oklahoma's going to punt. You don't see this a lot in today's game, but Venerable does believe in that defense, and rightfully so. 4:29 on the clock. Here comes a flag. It's going to be a delayed game. I think Bama will take it. A lot of times I've never understood why coaches don't just decline the penalty, because they're trying to get more room so the kicker can try to pin you. In a situation like this with Alabama, I think it's smart to go ahead and take the penalty, because if somebody jumps, you're going to get a first down. Here's the snap, the punt. Oh, it's going to be blocked. The ball was bobbled. The ball is blocked, and the Oklahoma Sooners have fumbled and bumbled the ball into their 28-yard line. Alabama Crimson Tide have the ball. 1st and 10 with 4:23 left. It's a bad snap and a bad attempt by the punter to be able to pick that ball up. And the snap was a little high, but all in all, this is all on the punter. And I don't know why he tried to punt it at that point. He should have just taken off and tried to run as far as he could. But instead, he kicked it right into the belly of number 96 of the Alabama Crimson Tide. It'll be registered as a block. But all in all, he kicked it right into his belly. Shotgun formation. Snap. Passes over the middle. And it is caught for an Alabama first down. Alabama going aggressive. Pass dead over the middle, and the ball is down to the 16-yard line, 1st and 10. Shotgun formation, 17-7 your score. 3:58 on the clock and ticking here in the second quarter. Simpson looking back. And 2 high, 3 low. Empty back set. Here comes the throw. Oh, no, he's going to get blasted and sacked. He is sacked for about a 7-yard loss. Simpson's lucky he didn't drop the ball on that. He was staring to the left the entire time. And they came in with the delayed blitz. And big number 97, Marvin Jones Jr., ex-Bulldog, ex-Seminole, gets the sack. He was unblocked, and it's going to be 2nd and 17 at the 22-yard line. Shotgun formation. Here's the snap. Looks over to the right-hand side, fires it, catches Maine into the 18, twisting, and he'll be stopped. It'll be 3rd down, 3rd and long. Catch was made over on the right-hand side by Horton. He was trying to dance his way through the defenders, but they corralled him pretty quickly. They're going to say it's 3rd and 11. So 3rd and 11 on the Oklahoma 17. Alabama with the ball, trailing by 10. 2:26 on the clock. Crimson Tide, shotgun formation. Line to gain is right outside the 6-yard line. Here's the snap. Simpson looks back, throws it over the middle into a sea of hands. The ball is going to go over and incomplete. He is very fortunate that was not intercepted. It'll be 4th down, and Alabama will send the kicking unit out. That was almost a disaster. It was almost a jailbreak there in the backfield. And they were setting up. It looked like it was a middle screen they were trying to set up with, and they just did not execute it properly. That ball easily could have been picked off. 7 of 10 on the year. Here's the snap. The kick is up. The kick is good. And Alabama has cut this to a 7-point lead. 2:08 on the clock, and the Crimson Tide, they're back in it. We'll be back in a flash. 2:08 till halftime. And we got ourselves a good old-fashioned barn burner.
Well, I told my psychiatrist I was hearing voices in my head. He said I don't have a psychiatrist.
I'm going to UCLA because my wife went to UCLA Med School. Shout out, Tran, you completely hold. That's her last name. That's her last name. Relax, ESPN. How dare you?
Armchair. Is you okay?
Yeah, I'm alright.
Is you crying?
Don't leave me alone. You know I'm watching the game. No, I'm not crying.
I told you they was finna lose. I don't know why you acting like this.
Why is you talking about my business? Why is you talking about my business?
Point.
They cheated, though. They cheated. They cheated. When they lose, don't talk to me for the rest of the week. Why is you bothering me?
Whoa, what about the wristbands? You act like they finna throw you in the game to save the last couple of points for you.
Would you leave me alone? Would you leave me alone?
You don't even cry for me like this.
I only known you for 2 months. It's been my team for 22 years.
It is especially fitting that today, in the midst of baseball's most exciting event, the World Series, we pause to honor Jackie Robinson.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. I would just like to say that I was really just a spoke in the wheel of the success that we had some 25 years ago. I would like to also say that it would be a real pleasure if Mr. Ricky could have been here with us today, but to the members of the family, my entire love and gratitude for the things that he's done over the years. And I also want to say how pleased I am that my family can be here this afternoon. Thank you very much.
Welcome back. 17-10 your score. Oklahoma leads Alabama. 2:08 on the clock. We're going left to right across your radio dial. Here's the kickoff. High and deep, end over end kick in and out of the end zone. And Oklahoma will set up shop at the 25-yard line. Mateer will go back to work. Oklahoma once led this game 17-10. Alabama scoring 10 unanswered points to close the gap right here before the half. Oklahoma will be looking to try to get in field goal range or maybe even more. Shotgun formation. We'll go to the pistol set here. Man in motion, 25-yard line. 1st and 10. Here's the snap. Handoff. Note's going to fake the handoff. RPO up the middle. Mateer slices his way for about a 3-yard gain. 2nd down and 7. That'll be the 2-minute warning. Seventeen to 10 your score. We'll keep it right here. Oklahoma, Alabama. First game of the college football playoffs. Tomorrow you got Miami and Texas A&M. And then you got the two mismatches, Tulane versus Ole Miss and James Madison versus Oregon. I'd say Tulane's got a little better chance, but not much. I mean, but those are two absolutely just dreadful matchups. But you do have two NFL games tomorrow. They'll be taking place during the two mismatches in the college football playoffs. I'd say that's why they put the Miami-Texas A&M game at noon and not at night, because they didn't want to go up against the NFL, so they decided just to put the worst matchups on the two later games. And I know a lot of people will be pulling for underdogs there, but if you really want to get this college football playoff fixed, you need to pull for the blowouts, so they'll fix it. I don't have a problem with them putting one team in of the non-Power 5, but the idea that you put two in is just absolutely absurd. A lot of fans don't want to hear it, but Notre Dame should be in the playoffs, and we'd have a heck of a matchup tomorrow. Notre Dame would either be playing Ole Miss or they'd be playing Oregon, and not the two snooze fests. And I'm far from a Notre Dame fan, but the idea that you leave them out to put two in is just a little absurd. It's different in college basketball because you have such a big It's 68 teams nowadays. It doesn't matter if you put a handful of games in there that are going to be blowouts because you have so many going off in that first week, and it keeps the little teams, their conference tournaments, it keeps them relevant, and it all drives in the dollar on the television because people will watch those. But college football it just seems like college football has never gotten it right my entire life. No matter what they're doing, they're always years behind what they should be doing. All right, we are back from break. And it's a shame because it's such a great product, but they keep screwing it up. 2 minutes left here. Oklahoma with the ball, 2nd and 8. Ball at the 27-yard line. Shotgun formation. Drops back to pass. Fires it over the middle, and it is caught! A high throw, but an outstanding catch by Jermichael Carter, his 2nd of the game, and it's an Oklahoma first down. Wow, what a catch. First and 10, 1:49 on the clock and counting. Shotgun formation, 3 receivers high, 1 low, 1 back set. Here's the snap, 49-yard line. Mateer in trouble, diving around, knifing around. He'll get sacked. He is dropped with a thud, and it is 2nd down. We'll call it 13. He had a man open that was crossing over, but did not see him on the play, probably because of the rush by the line. But it'll be 2nd down and 13 as Oklahoma takes a timeout. 1:25 on the clock. 17-10 your score. Oklahoma with the lead. Alabama will get the ball to start the second half. So if they can hold Oklahoma here, they have a chance to tie the game when play resumes in the third quarter. Ball at the 46-yard line, shotgun formation, 2 receivers high, 1 low. Here's the snap. Fires it over to, oh my word, it's going to be picked off. It's going to be picked off, and he's going to take it all the way to the house. Pick 6. Alabama about to tie the game. Holy Toledo. Nobody was over there. He had a receiver deep, 7-8 yards up the field. He must have been anticipating his man to take the out pass. I believe that was Lewis. And instead, he ends up with a pick 6. Here's the snap. The kick is up. The kick is good. And they have tied the game. Once a 17-0 score, we are knotted up at 17. Taking another look at the play, the defender jumped the route, and he was just reading Mateer's eyes. Unbelievable chain of events that have happened here. I believe that was Abian Brown, and he was looking at Mateer's eyes the whole way. Mateer was anticipating his receiver to run an out pattern. He ran a hitch and go, and the rest is history. That was Brown. .118 on the clock, 17-17 your score. Here's the kickoff. Oklahoma set to return. The ball goes in and out of the end zone, and they'll get the ball at about the 25-yard line. Xavier Brown, 6 foot, 192 sophomore, jumping that route, and Oklahoma goes back to work. Shotgun formation. Mateer fires it over to the left-hand side. The ball is going to get batted down. It's going to be 2nd and 10. So the beginning of the game, what it really looked like is that Simpson was rattled. Now it's starting to look like the opposite. Mateer has got to settle down. Still tied in the game. .114 on the clock. Shotgun formation, 2 high, 1 low, 2 up backs. Here's the snap. Mateer fires to the left-hand side. The ball is caught. And making the catch and sitting down about 5 yards short of the line to gain is Lewis, and it'll be 3rd down. Alabama has 1 timeout left, Oklahoma with 3. And they may be waiting to try to get this into the half. It looks like they're letting the clock roll down. Probably one of these deals where if they can somehow get the first down, then they may be a little more aggressive, but they're trying to play off the fact that Alabama with just 1 timeout, if you hurry the play here and you throw it incomplete, then you give them a chance to take the lead before the half. Ball at the 30-yard line of Oklahoma. Oklahoma with the ball, shotgun formation. Here's the snap. Mateer, keeper, up the middle, dances his way for maybe a 1-yard gain, and it's going to be 4th down. 22 seconds left, and I believe Alabama's going to take their final timeout. The clock is stopped. Unless there is a flag on the play, it does look like Alabama called the timeout. Fourth and 4. You got to figure Alabama might be trying to rush the punter because of the debacle that happened last time. The punter just realistically, it was a little bit of a high snap, but he should have been able to grab it, and he just dropped the ball and then panicked and kicked it into the belly of the Alabama defensive player. There's a bunch of arguing going on the sidelines. I don't know what they could possibly be arguing about. There's a flag down now. And DeBoer is now arguing with the umpires. DeBoer getting the explanation over there on the sidelines. And he's arguing back and forth with the different, not just the umpires, but with his own coaches, trying to get some kind of a clarification. They put nothing on the screen on what's going on. I wonder if the penalty may be on Alabama. And they did give a first down. It must have been a late hit. The ball's all the way up to the 47-yard line. So bad job by ESPN of relaying all that information, but here we go. Shotgun formation, 1 high, 2 low. Single back set. Here's the snap, fires over to the left-hand side. The ball is caught, or is it? They're going to call it a catch, about a 3-yard gain. The receiver stepped out of bounds. And it was close. It looked like he almost might have been out of bounds before he toe-tapped the ball. But they're showing the replay now of what happened on the play that caused the 15-yard penalty. It was way down the field. It must have been something said and not done. Here's the snap, keeper up the middle, And Mateer will be stopped. They'll call a timeout. 14 seconds on the play. "14 seconds left on the clock, excuse me. 3rd and 10. Oklahoma has one timeout. Alabama has one timeout. If they get into field goal range, they can stop the clock. I guess the biggest question would be here is how aggressive is Oklahoma going to be? They are at midfield. If you get at 3rd and 10, if you get close to the line to game, you'd probably go for it with the clock. Here's the snap, shotgun formation, flips it out to the right-hand side. The ball is caught, knifing his way down to about the 48-yard line. And 3 seconds on the clock, and they're going to let the clock expire. And that'll end the half. I'm a little surprised Oklahoma didn't call a timeout. They're in Hail Mary range, but they will not do that. Didn't want to risk it. 17-7 your score. We'll step away for the halftime. We'll be back when they return. A knotted up tie game here in Norman, Oklahoma. Alabama comes roaring back, trailing 17-0 to tie the game, and they get the ball when we return. Welcome back. All knotted up at 17. Shouldn't be too much longer for the kickoff. Their halftimes are usually a little shorter than what you get with the bowl games, where there's the big halftime shows. And if you remember the old Orange Bowl and Rose Bowl for that matter, they usually had these huge halftime shows. They don't do that here with the college football playoffs, which is nice. It's usually a good tight 20 to 25 minutes. Oklahoma will be kicking off to Alabama. Alabama negative rushing yards in the first half. How about that? -3. Oklahoma with 50. We knew this game would be the battle of the quarterbacks, but what it's really been is the battle of the miscues. Oklahoma 17-0 lead, and then they started shooting themselves in the foot. Alabama took advantage of it. You had a pick six. You had a block punt, if you want to call it that. If you missed it, the kicker just kicked the ball square into the gut of the up man after he had fumbled the ball. And that led to 10 of the points for Alabama. After a long drive, they got them on the board. And the Crimson Tide have life. It's a virtual pick 'em on the money line as we enter the second half. We're going left to right across your radio dial. Oklahoma set to kick. Alabama set to receive. Alabama in white. Oklahoma with the maroon tops. Here's the kick. High and deep. Fair caught at the 5-yard line. And the Crimson Tide will set up shop at the 25-yard line. You Braves fans, I saw some of the chatter during the halftime. I didn't get a chance to read a whole lot of it, but it just made me think of something. I think a lot of things that people tend to forgetting is Sean Murphy is not expected to be with the team to start the season. They're expecting him to miss at least the first month. And so the Yaz being signed was really more for depth for the designated hitter position. Here we go. Simpson's under center, takes a snap, play action boot. He fires it over to the right-hand side. The ball is caught. The ball comes out, but was the runner down? Alabama had the line to gain, and it's a Crimson Tide first down. I believe he was down, taking another look at it, as Bernard, he was hitting the ground as the ball was coming out. I have to see a different angle to know for sure. Yeah, the ball jarred out when his elbow hit the ground. So 1st and 10 Alabama, they're on the move. Ball placed at the 37-yard line. Shotgun formation, single back. Here's the snap, fires over the right-hand side. The ball is caught and pushed out of bounds is Horton. It'll be about a 5-yard gain, second and 5. Yeah, he does, Richard. The problem is because of that, he's just not tradable. Nobody's gonna pick up his contract, so we're kind of stuck with him. So don't be surprised if the Braves make a minor move at catcher. But look, in a perfect world, I know a lot of people would love to see Travis back. I just don't know if they would be able to afford him. But have you paid attention to the Angels' moves? They've picked up every ex-Brave you can think of off the waiver wire. 2nd and 6. Shotgun formation. Simpson drops back to pass, fires over the right-hand side, and high throw out of reach of his intended receiver. It'll be incomplete, and it'll be 3rd and 6. He had plenty of time. Good, clean pocket. May have held on to it for a little too long and stepped into the pressure. Once that happened, got bumped as the ball was thrown, and it was out of bounds. High and out of bounds. Shotgun formation. 3rd and 6. Ball at the 41-yard line. Single back set, and ball is snapped. We didn't get a false start, but we should have. Yep, here comes the flag. The left tackle for Alabama, to double check the number there. Looking at the replay. I believe that was number 74, Proctor. Hard time seeing the number. But Oklahoma got lucky and did not get what could have been considered an unsportsmanlike conduct. Defender running in kind of bopped Simpson as the play was dead, been whistled dead, and he stopped the play. He was fortunate. 3rd and 11, shotgun snap. Here's the throw from Simpson. He'll throw it over the right-hand side. The ball is in and out of the hands of the intended receiver. He had to leap up to try to catch it, but it's definitely a catchable pass. Receiver on the play, Ryan Williams, the sophomore. Yeah, you got to make that catch. He got hit as he was coming down, but the ball was already out of his hands. So 4th and 11, here's the snap. Kick high, deep, into Oklahoma territory. Ball is going to be fair caught at the 25-yard line, so just like a touchback on the kickoffs, Oklahoma will take over on downs there. 17-17 your score. First round of the college football playoffs. We'll be back in a flash. Boomer Sooner Nation getting the ball.
Conservative white people, they cool. It's you liberal white people that make my itch.
Did you get a private message from me recently? No, you did not, because I don't send private messages to complete strangers, especially when they're men, especially when they're men that are 20 years older than me. So there's no need to message me on this account, my only account, by the way, to ask me if that was me, because it wasn't me. Because I hate small talk, so I am never going to go out of my way to do that with a complete stranger. So I'm not playing hard to get. I don't want to talk to you. I mean, I talk to myself enough, and it is exhausting, you know?
What's this $300 charge to Home Depot?
What?
What's this $300 charge to Home Depot?
I can't hear anything you're saying. Maybe it's this chair. Here, switch seats with me. Babe, how come we have a bill from Banana Republic?
What?
Nordstrom's. When did we ever go to Nordstrom's?
That's
Why do we have
so
a bill
weird.
from...
You really can't hear anything in this chair.
Welcome back. It's time for number 7. If you don't know him, take your hat off to Al Simmons, a dynamic force in left for one of the most storied dynasties in baseball history.
Al Simmons was a great hitter on one of the greatest teams in baseball, Philadelphia Athletics of 1929, 30, 31.
The batting lineup contained great sluggers: Bing Miller, Mickey Cockrell, Al Simmons.
His Philadelphia Athletics beat out the Ruth and Gehrig Yankees 3 straight American League pennants. In those 3 World Series, in each series, Simmons batted 300 or better with at least 2 home runs. And the only other player in baseball history to have 3 consecutive World Series like that is Babe Ruth.
4 times in his career, Al hit over 380, and twice he eclipsed 390.
This is a guy who led the league in batting average a couple of times. He led the league in total bases. Mind you, this is in a league with Babe Ruth and Lou Gehrig. It wasn't that easy to lead the league in statistical categories. So when you've got Al Simmons, you're talking about one of the best players in a hitter's era.
Welcome back. (17-17) your score. Oklahoma takes over at their own 25-yard line. 13:22 left here in the third quarter. First round of the college football playoffs for 2025-2026. Mateer goes back to work, left to right across your radio dial. Shotgun formation. Here's the snap. Handoff up the middle, scooching his way for about call it a 4 or 5 yard gain, maybe even a 6 yard gain. Man on the run for the Oklahoma Sooners, Taylor Tatum, sophomore out of Longview, Texas. 17-17, 12:56 left here in the third quarter. Shotgun formation. Here's the snap. Mateer drops back to pass. Pressure coming. Fires it over the middle. The ball is dropped. The ball is dropped by Dion Burks. He's had a couple of nice catches tonight, but that one he absolutely dropped. Might have heard footsteps. Little alligator arm action there. So 3rd and 6, ball at the 29-yard line. 2 receivers high, 2 low. BAMA bringing 4. Here's the snap, the throw, over the middle. That ball is dropped. That ball is dropped. Isaiah Testenga, the third, IS3, as he's known, dropped the ball. He heard footsteps, and the Oklahoma Sooner receivers, they're hearing footsteps, hearing shadows. Dropped 2 consecutive balls, pretty good thrown balls, pretty well thrown balls, and it's 4th and 6. The Sooners will have to punt. 2 up backs, Alabama bringing 7. Here's the snap. The kick is high, deep, end over end, down around the 15-yard line, and it will be returned. Up the left-hand sideline, about a 7 or 8 yard run, and a late hit out of bounds. Will they call it? It was close. A flag, I do believe, came in. Was it for that? I don't see it in that vicinity. But, yeah, he definitely hit him late. See who that is for Oklahoma. He's trying to plead his case. That was John Locke. John Locke Jr. out of San Antonio. Number 44, excuse me. I mean, I don't know. You can kind of you can argue both ways. He was standing out of bounds on his side of the field and was bracing for. But they are going to call it for a 15-yard penalty. If you're an Oklahoma fan, you got a definite gripe on that one. But nonetheless, it will be a 15-yard penalty. Oh, they're calling. Oh, is that Taylor Wayne? That's Taylor Wayne on it. But he was running out of bounds. He just braced himself because they're about to collide. But the way they call the games nowadays, it's not that big of a shot. We're going to take a really quick break. They're going to commercial. We're going to take a really quick break. Didn't have a chance to play this one earlier to the full, so we'll hit you with the Roll Tide history.
Ever wondered why Alabama fans everywhere say Roll Tide? It's not just a chant, it's part of college football legend. The story starts back in 1907, when Alabama battled Auburn in a muddy slugfest. Alabama wasn't supposed to have a chance, but they fought to a 6 tie. A sports writer from the Birmingham Age Herald described how the players walked off the field covered in red mud, calling them a Crimson Tide. The name stuck, and the Alabama Crimson Tide was born. But where does Roll Tide come in? That came later. As fans watched the team roll over opponents through the years, the phrase became a war cry. First appearing in Alabama's fight song, Yay Alabama, with the line, Go, Roll to Victory. Over time, those words turned into 2 that define an entire fan base, Roll Tide. Today, Roll Tide means more than football. It's a greeting, a celebration, even a way for Alabama fans to recognize each other anywhere in the world. No matter where they are, one Roll Tide gets an answer right back. So next time you hear it, know this. It's not just a slogan. It's pride. It's legacy. It's Alabama tradition that's been rolling for over a century.
welcome back. 17-17 your score. For you admins, we sent everything out yesterday. I think it was post, I don't know, around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So you should start seeing your packages arrive for Christmas. Shotgun formation. Here's the snap. Hand off to the wide side, and it's going to be a run up the middle. Rumbling, bumbling, stumbling all the way down to the 30-yard line. The Alabama Crimson Tide are in Oklahoma territory, upended on the run, but holding on to the ball as it squirted out, but quickly back on top of it. Looked like that was Burks himself. Shotgun formation, ball at the 30-yard line. I'm sorry, that was Hill. That was Hill. They had that mismarked on the roster. Here's the snap, throw off to the right-hand side, wide towards the sideline, trying to hit his mark over there. .28 on the clock, 2nd and 10. Wide throw by Simpson, about the third or fourth that he's missed clear of the mark tonight. Kind of has happy feet. In a tough environment here in Oklahoma. 2nd and 10, shotgun formation. Snap, throws it down the left-hand side, and the receiver is going to make the catch, and it is an Alabama touchdown. 30-yard touchdown pass down the left-hand side, and the catch is made, and Alabama has taken a 6-point lead, extra point pending. Here's the kick. The kick is up. The kick is good, and Alabama has come back from a 17-point deficit to take a 7-point lead. Brooks on the catch. He gives the Tide a 7-point lead. We'll go to break. 11:23 on the clock. A long way to go. And a good old-fashioned shootout in Oklahoma.
I was just sitting here all innocent and shit. Then I met y'all crazy fuck.
Alexa, I'm not feeling so hot.
You're looking hot.
What?
I said, oh no, what's wrong?
Yeah, I think I'm coming down with something.
I bet a kiss would make you feel better.
What?
Dayquil. I said, how about you take some Dayquil?
Oh, okay, thanks.
Would you like me to take your temperature to see if you have a fever?
Yeah, you can do that?
All I have is a rectal thermometer.
What?
All I have is this rectal thermometer, so drop your pants and bend over for mama.
This one hit deep to right. It's got a chance. Way back. Strawberry turned. He didn't even give chase. And it's under the scoreboard. A home run for Larry Walker, his first of the year. Oh, brother, was that hit. That thing might have gone over this Chrysler building.
Not only his first home run of the year, it's his first home run in the major leagues. Remember that one.
So will we. Oh, man.
Oh, this ball is really crushed. A fastball right on the inside part of the plate. And Strawberry doesn't bother even watching.
Nolan never expected baseball to be a long career. His goal was to play 4 years and you could qualify for a pension.
Nolan didn't have a plan. He was going to be a vet.
When he went on road trips, he would bring his books about cattle and veterinary medicine and, study in his free time. He always tried to prepare himself for life after baseball. With the Mets, they had a lot of good young arms at the time. He just didn't know if he would even get in a rotation. He was in relief, pretty much.
We are back. Oklahoma sets up at the 25-yard line. Couldn't get that soundbite to stop. 1st and 10, and Mateer drops back to pass. He's going to be sacked back at the 20-yard line. It's going to be 2nd and 15. Oklahoma's offense is absolutely sputtered out. 24-17, they trail. 2nd and 15. Mateer drops back to pass. Plenty of time, and he's going to get sacked again. He's just standing back there watching his receivers. There were 2 or 3 open. He's starting to see ghosts. It's 3rd and long now. Third and long. Mateer, who had a phenomenal quarter and a half of football, is falling apart. Shotgun formation. Ball back at the 12-yard line. Here's the pass, dumps it over the middle. They'll jump it out there to about the 30-yard line, but well short of the line to gain. And it'll be 4th down. Another punt coming up for the Boomer Sooners. (24-17) your score. 9:52 on the clock here in the 3rd quarter. Plenty of time. But Mateer's got to figure this defense out. Here's the snap. The kick is high, deep, end-over-end punt. And the catch is made at about the 30-yard line. Running it up. Alabama get the ball to about the 40-yard line, maybe just shy of it. And they'll take over with 9:26 to go. Oklahoma trailing Alabama 24-17. And Alabama have scored 24 unanswered points. We'll be back in a flash.
Like 7 years ago, I hit my hand on a chop saw blade. As it was slowing down. There was no guard on the chop saw. So I hit my hand on it as it was slowing down. It took a big old chunk out of my hand after it got stitched up and it healed and the stitches got taken out. This showed up and I started freaking out. It's cancer. They're going to have to amputate. I'm going to die. And after the nurse stopped laughing at me and caught her breath, she informed me that it's just scar tissue.
It's whiskey.
Smells awful.
Well, all whiskey smells awful.
Then why do people drink it?
Well, it's like when grown-ups have a party. They drink it to have a good time.
Gee, if it's a party, don't they have a good time anyway?
Well, grown-ups have a harder time having a good time than kids do.
I don't know who needs to hear this today, but stop grounding your kids from their online games. Log into those games and get them banned.
25 years after his historic debut, Jackie Robinson agreed to throw out the first ball of the 1972 World Series. He was just 53, but diabetes had dimmed his sight. Heart disease had slowed his step. Jackie Robinson died 10 days later. In his autobiography published after his death, Robinson recalled playing in his first World Series game. There I was, the black grandson of a slave, the son of a black sharecropper, part of a historic occasion, a symbolic hero to my people. But I must tell you that it was Mr. Ricky's drama and that I was only a principal actor.
Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Good to see everybody in the chat. Hope you're ready for a Merry Christmas. We'll be running the chat up here on the channel on Christmas Eve for anyone that wants to. We're going to be playing Christmas music and have a show card up there or whatever, but it'll be for people just to stop in and wish each other a Merry Christmas. Won't have the ability to do it actually on Christmas, so we thought Christmas Eve would be a good tradition to start that. 24-17 your score. We were originally going to drop "'Twas the Night Before Braves Country Christmas" to the public on that day, but we decided to go ahead and do it tonight because we kind of figured we'd have a decent crowd in here tonight and want to get a chance, everyone, to be aware that it is out there. As the Alabama Crimson Tide take over at the 38-yard line. Shotgun formation, runs off to the left-hand side, and Simpson will be dropped right about the line to gain maybe a half yard behind. Will be second and about a long 10, short 11. Appreciate the people who've gone over and hyped the video. We have it pinned at the top of the chat if you get a chance. Much appreciated. We'll be hearing us say more hype and subscribe as opposed to like and subscribe going forward. 2nd and 10. Shotgun pass. Simpson dumps it over the middle. It's going to be about an 8-yard gain. It'll be third and very short for Alabama. 8:37 on the clock. .22 on the clock, 3rd and 2. I don't know if anybody's beaten Indiana, Richard. That team is stacked. If you haven't watched Indiana football, it's not your older brother's Indiana team. Shotgun formation, rolling out, throwing down the left-hand side, wide open and dropped. Wide open. It took Simpson forever to get the ball there. And the catch, you would have thought would have been made by Bernard. Pretty assured. Usually Jeremy Bernard is a sure-handed receiver, but there is going to be a flag on the play. They're going to call a hold. I don't know on who, because no one was even close to the receiver. So I don't know who was held. We'll have to look at the replay on that to figure that one out. He was wide open. He could have called for a fair catch on that catch. He just dropped the ball. He didn't hear footsteps. He saw him coming. The safety blew the coverage. I still don't see where the hold is. It must have been out of the picture. I don't know. Ticky-tack call. So here we go. 1st and 10, ball at the 44-yard line. Shotgun formation, handoff off to the left-hand side, diving his way back to the line of scrimmage. Looked like that was Daniel Hill on the run. I mean, that was just a terrible. They keep showing the replay of the drop ball. That more and more that I see it, there's no excuse for that one. Bernard definitely got a little scared as number 5 Oklahoma was barreling down on him. Like they've always said, you're going to get hit anyways. You might as well catch the ball. 2nd and 10, shotgun formation. Simpson fires it over the right-hand side. Ball is caught, dancing, diving, now going backwards. Looks like it's going to be about a 4, maybe 5-yard gain. It'll be 3rd down and about 5. They're going to give him the original progression up to the 39-yard line, even though he danced backwards. And really, it's kind of a bad call by the ref, but you don't expect much out of the college refs. They're usually not up to par. So 3rd and 5, ball at the 39-yard line. Shotgun formation. Here's the snap. Drops back to pass. And Simpson's going to take off. He's got room. He's got room to roam. He'll run out of bounds at the 25-yard line. It's an Alabama first down. Yeah, that's just not true, Richard. But Big Ten teams are obviously just as battle tested. But I get the mentality. If you only watch one league, that's the misconception. Shotgun formation, ball at the 26-yard line, 1st and 10. Here's the snap, drops back to pass. Fires over the left-hand side. The ball is caught, and it's going to be 2nd. And they're going to mark him out at about the 21-yard line. So 2nd and about 4, maybe 5. Ball at the 22. They're going to push it back. It looked like he got to the 21, but they did not give him that line. So 2nd and 6. Three receivers high, 2 low. Shotgun formation. Drops back to pass. And fires it over the left-hand side. The ball is dropped. I believe that was not Cuevas. I thought that was Cuevas at first. Thought that was number 80, but it ended up being number 81 on the play, Caleb Edwards. Freshman, 6'6", 264-pounder. He just dropped it. The last 2 national champions are Big Tens. I don't buy that theory at all. But I get it. If you only watch the SEC, it's expected. Teams in other conferences probably think the same way. Shotgun formation, handoff up the middle, diving forward to maybe a 1-yard gain. It'll be 4th down. You would think Alabama would line up for a field goal to make this a 2-score game. They might have been trying to get it closer to go for it. But I don't know if you can go for it now that it's 4th and... You're saying 4th and 6. That ought to be closer to 4th and 4. Unless that yellow line is wildly wrong. Ball at the 30-yard line, so a 40-yard kick. Here's the snap. The kick is up. The kick is good, and 27-17, Alabama has taken the lead over Oklahoma. Once up by 17, Oklahoma has not scored. Since then, they'll get the ball when we return.
Just got invited to an event that starts at 8 p.m. I'm sorry, but not all of us are on cocaine.
How you doing, Ace?
Anybody been on base?
Nobody.
Nobody?
This I ain't seen much of.
Me neither.
I never have. What's the matter?
I don't know if I have anything left.
You just throw whatever you got, whatever's left. The boys are all here for you. We'll back you up. We'll be there. Because we don't stink right now. We're the best team in baseball right now, right this minute, because of you. You're the reason. We're not going to screw that up. We're going to be awesome for you right now. Just throw. All right? Come on.
I just met someone whose name was Hanna, and I said, "Oh, Hannah," and she said, "No, Hannah." I'm hanging on by a thread, people. I cannot do this.
Hey, Braves Country, I'm Mac McGee. Join us for Pitch by Pitch, Play by Play, the classic call of Braves Country baseball. We're bringing you Atlanta Braves baseball all year long. Jump into our pregame show, Braves Country Today, just before first pitch. Stick around for the postgame show, Braves Country Tonight, where we will open up the phone lines and react to your calls or your comments all year long. That's Braves Country Radio, pitch by pitch, play by play, your home for the classic call of Braves Country baseball.
I don't know of anybody besides Robinson who could have done what he did. Many of the black players, Reggie Jackson, for example, said later, he's the only one of us who could have done it. Robinson, Mr. Rickey told him he'd have to turn the other cheek. And as Mr. Rickey said, it wasn't long before he didn't have any other cheek to turn. It just has simply been beat off. I think that they said that Robinson died from diabetes and other things. I think he died from the load he carried.
Where are you getting Skyline Chili in Florida, Tree Nug, or are you somewhere else?
What's for dinner? Hey, chef, what's for dinner?
I'm basically did it like a charcuterie board back here. It's really difficult to eat anything interesting when you're doing this. 27-17, your score, a 10-point lead. Oklahoma looking to get back on the board here. Their offense has just fallen flat, and it started off with just bad miscues. I don't know if they just took the foot off the gas, but now You give Alabama some momentum. Now Oklahoma's up against it. Here's the kickoff, high and deep, and that ball will go in and out of the end zone. And Oklahoma will set up shop at the 25-yard line, 1st and 10. I got it in Publix. How does Publix have Skyline chili? Something tells me that's not real Skyline chili. Unless there's some dude. Unless you bought it in the parking lot. Shotgun formation. 1st and 10 at the 25. Too high, too low. Here's the snap. Kicks back. Drops back to pass. Takes off running. Dives ahead for about an 8-yard gain. It'll be 2nd and 2. I'd be wary of buying any kind of Skyline chili in a Publix parking lot, but you do you, Tree. Shotgun formation, 2nd and 3. Are they selling that out of a can now or something? Is that what you're getting at? 2 receivers high, or 2 receivers low, 1 high. Here's the snap, and going to take off and dive ahead. Mateer's about a half a yard short. It'll be 3rd down. Twenty-seven to 17 your score. 3:21 left here in the 3rd quarter. Oklahoma in the shotgun just needing a half yard. Empty back set, and Mateer will take the ball and he'll push his way ahead. Looked like he got the line to gain for a 1st down. Got shoved backwards, but they are giving it a 1st down. A couple of the defenders on the Alabama defensive line didn't realize it, and they started celebrating, but did look like he pushed ahead against that yellow line. So 1st and 10, Alabama leads by 10. Shotgun formation. Mateer tosses it to the right side. Diving ahead. We'll call it a 3-yard gain. 2nd and 7 for Oklahoma. Xavier Robinson, the X-Man, on the carry. Not saying they need to hurry up per se, but they do have to pick up the pace a little bit, because you can't just assume Oklahoma's defense is going to shut down Alabama. Ever since those miscues, they've given Simpson quite a bit of confidence, and they've moved the ball pretty well here for the last quarter and a half. Here's the snap, handoff up the middle, and Robinson will push his way. Maybe a 1 yard short, possibly 2. Before he can get to the 1st down. My mistake, that was Blaylock. I wonder if he's related to the Blaylock that played, Mookie Blaylock played guard for Oklahoma years and years ago. Maybe one of you Oklahoma fans may know that. 27 to 17, 3rd and 2. 1:27 on the clock. Really not doing all that much of a fast pace. It's a little strange. Shotgun formation. Here's the snap. Mateer drops back to pass. Rolling. Fires it over the right-hand side. The ball's caught. Diving ahead for a 1st down. Barely getting across. Mateer, he was running for his life. 2 defenders in the backfield chasing him down, but they do move the ball. Thank you, B.A. First and 10 at the 48-yard line of Oklahoma. Sooners with the ball. Here's the snap. Fakes the throw to the right, runs to the left, and he'll get dropped at about, they're going to give him the line of scrimmage, but that's it. It'll be 2nd and 10. (27-17), 22 seconds left here in the 3rd quarter. And they are taking their sweet time. Looks like they're going to wind this all the way down. It's just really strange when you're trailing by that much that you would be willing to take this to the end of the quarter, but that's what we're going to do. So when we come back, the ball's about midfield, and Oklahoma has the ball. That's the good news if you're the Sooners. The bad news is they've blown a 17-point lead. It's 27-17. We'll be back after the break. 2nd and 10, trailing by 10, Oklahoma.
The guy at the Super Bowl who got caught cheating on his wife on the Jumbotron, his wife got him those Super Bowl tickets for his birthday, and she was planning on going with him until he was like, hey, my best friend from college really wants to go. Can I have the other ticket too? And the wife was like, okay, that's your birthday present. That seems cool. But it wasn't cool when the Eagles scored a touchdown and they show the people in the crowd, and then he's making out with not his best friend from college, but his female coworker from the Philadelphia office. So the wife's fuming, right? She just realized that she paid $14,000 for her husband to go on a date with his girlfriend. So what'd she do? She popped open his work laptop and started sending emails from his work email, and they were very inappropriate. And so the husband got fired this morning. The wife said she's already got a divorce lawyer that's ready to ruin his life.
There are generations of fans who never got to see just how good Stan Musial was.
We've sort of lost an image of Stan Musial. Became more of kind of a funny old guy who would show up and play the harmonica on Old Timers Day.
And there it goes. A home run over the right field screen. Musial's teammates gather at the plate to greet the hero.
Some young player said, Stan, how come you're happy all the time? And he said, kid, if you knew you were going to hit 340, you'd be happy too.
Stan actually hit over 340 7 times in his career.
Musial smashes a home run into the seats in left center.
That led to a .331 career average, including 7 batting titles.
He stood back in the box and he lunged into the ball.
With his unorthodox stance, Musial hits to all fields.
If you pitch him outside, he'd hit laser beams to right field. And if you pitched him in, he'd hit laser beams to left field.
Musial wound up with over 3,600 hits and was regarded pretty well as the preeminent hitter in the National League during most of his years.
Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. Thank you, Iron Lung. Appreciate the gifting of Iron Lung and BA. 27-17 your score. Iron, I think you're going to get a kick out of one of the things we sent to you. As our resident defender of Brian Snicker, so we used to do with a lot of these things. There were props, there were figurines and bobblehead type stuff that we used to use them as props when we did the morning radio show here on YouTube and on Facebook and other outlets. We just don't do it anymore because the configuration of the office has changed a little bit. So I don't use the props as much as I used to. And the short of it is we sent some of the admins, along with a couple other things, some of the cooler ones that we found that are kind of fit y'all's personality. I don't know if Uncle Charlie's going to be allowed to hang what we sent to him, but we sent him and John, I believe we sent them the same thing. And it's a really cool, I wish I had room for it, but I don't have any room for it. It's a really cool, well, I don't want to spoil it, but if you get it framed and you're an old school Braves fan, you're going to enjoy it. I don't know why, but 50 Cent is out in between the third and fourth quarter. Is he pushing an album or something? Because he's not from Oklahoma or Alabama, so I don't really know what his tie is. Anyway, 2nd and 10, you know how Disney does it. They'll find any way to push anything. 2nd and 10, shotgun formation. Mateer drops back to pass. The pocket collapses. The throw off to the right-hand side. Incomplete, but flags come flying out, and that's going to be a pass interference. It'll be a 15-yard variety and an automatic Oklahoma first down. defender on the plate, Hubbard, did not like the call, but it did look like there was an argument for it. I don't, looking at it, it's one of those deals, more so, I think it's more of the hold and the illegal contact that takes place deep into the field. But by the time the ball is thrown, it's underthrown to the receiver. He has to stop to make the catch, and the defender just kind of ran over him. But maybe it was just a continuation from the yank, and I think that might have been what caused it. Here we go, 1st and 10, 14:53 on the clock. Mateer fires it over the middle. The ball's caught all across the middle. Here he goes, rumbling and down to the 10, the 5. Touchdown, Oklahoma! Seven-yard touchdown romp. Deion Burks once again making the catch, making the play, and the Oklahoma Sooners are down by 4. Pat, extra point pending. 8 plays, 4:45 on the clock, 75 yards, and we got a field goal ball game. 27-24. The kick is up. The kick is good. 14:45 on the clock. Simpson and the Tide get the ball when we return here in the 4th quarter of the college football playoffs. You're listening live from Norman, Oklahoma.
I wish the damn dollar store would buy Verizon so we'd have a cell tower every 7 miles.
You couldn't pay me to leave my differing opinion below someone else's post. If I don't like something, I scroll. Like, you'll never catch me below someone else's post being like, actually, that's not a factual statement. Girl, bye. I get 30 seconds of clear-headedness a day. I'm not using my one lucid moment to leave my Kraft macaroni and cheese comment. No way. And some of you are out there fighting the good fight. Good for you. God bless. But some of you are in my comments leaving full-fledged thesis statements about something I never gave a shit about to begin with. Can you imagine spending 5 minutes writing a full-fledged paragraph only to be blocked, deleted, and blocked? Yo, you couldn't pay me.
I think I'm gonna throw up.
You know the rules, Chuck. Pick any carpet you like, just not the tiles.
Rico had gone over and asked a couple of guys on the bench, what do I look for? And they said, heat.
And the pitch is swung on and missed. All alive with a tremendous performance.
I was surprised, as other people were, that Gil stayed with me the rest of the game.
Roland Ryan, who came in the ball game, with the Mets behind 2-0 in the 3rd. 1 out away from the National League pennant. Mets leading 7-4.
The players are going nuts. They couldn't believe it. He's a hero. He wins the pennant for the Mets.
It's going to be the greatest day of my life.
That night, there was a big celebration in the Diamond Club. That was the first time I had ever had a glass of champagne, and the last time I ever had a glass of champagne.
I found this job on Indeed. Raise hell and praise Dale. Let's go!
Welcome back, 27-24 your score. 2nd and 9 for Alabama at the 26-yard line. Sorry, we had an emergency. I had to step away for a second. Everything's all good in the hood now, though. 2nd and 9, 14:04 on the clock. Play clock winding down. Simpson drops back to pass, fires it deep down the right side of the sideline. The ball is caught, and Alabama has taken it all the way down to the 37-yard line. Wow, a tear dropped. Down to Horton. You couldn't have thrown that one any better. There's time that he makes catches like that, plays like that, throws like that, excuse me, you see why Simpson's very highly thought of. Here's the snap, handoff off to the left-hand side. Bam! Miller runs off to the left side. Jam Miller runs off to the left-hand side. He's going to get dropped right about the line to gain. Looked like he was going to have a hole, but he got tripped up. Looking at it, looked like one of his own men might have tripped him up initially, and then Oklahoma cleared the tackle. 2nd and 10, ball 38-yard line, shotgun formation. Simpson going up to the line, calling an audible. Receivers flip. Bunch high, single low. Here's the snap. Swings it off to the left-hand side. Miller, he'll get dropped for a 1-yard loss. The ball comes out, but I believe he was down. We'll see what the officials there rule. I don't see any kind of ruling that shows anything else. So it should be 3rd and 11, and they are raising the hand for the 3rd down marker. Did the ball come out? It did come out. Trying to see who that was that jumped on it. That ball definitely come out. There was a ton of Oklahoma jerseys around there, but it might have just bounced back into the runner's arms. It's hard to see. Back to the action. 3rd and 11, 12:05 on the clock. Shotgun formation. 2 low, 1 high. H-back off to the right. Single back set. Oklahoma showing 5-6 on the rush. They drop 2. Here's the snap, and he'll get sacked. Simpson gets pile drived back behind the 50-yard line. We'll see where they mark it, but it's going to be 4th down. Big play by the Oklahoma defense. That's the National Football League. He gets hit with a 15-yarder for pile driving the quarterback into the ground. They don't have that rule in college football. Ball was placed at the 47 of Oklahoma as they marched it back. The punt is off high, deep into Oklahoma territory. Bounces out of bounds inside the 10-yard line. See where they spot it. Down to the 7, and that's where Oklahoma will take over. Deep in their own territory. That's the bad news. The good news for the Sooners, they trail by only 3. We'll be back in a flash. Boomer Sooner and Roll Tide in a 3-point game in the 4th quarter. What a great way to start the playoffs.
So my mama was over at my house this morning, and she is so damn judgmental. I was just trying to teach her about my new favorite coffee creamer, and she over here asking questions like, why are you drinking that this early? Isn't that whiskey? Like, first of all, mama, damn, mind your business. I don't tell you how to make your coffee.
Whenever I see cheese, I hear 2 voices in my head. One of them says, eat the cheese.
And the other one?
The other one says, you heard him, eat the cheese.
I just seen a post that said, if you want to know if you got self-control, look at your stomach. First of all, your mama.
And wouldn't you know it, 10 days later, the Miracle Mets won the whole damn thing.
The Mets are the world champions.
At the tender age of 22, Nolan Ryan had a World Series ring.
For about 4 or 5 days, and being on the Ed Sullivan Show, a ticker tape parade, and being world champions, and then going home and kind of stepping back into our normal lives. I'd go home and get a job so I could survive until next spring training and try to go to school too.
Did you have to work the year after you won the World Series?
Yeah.
What did you do?
I installed central heating and air conditioning. Back in those days, you only got paid during the season, and my first contract with the Mets was $7,000. And so, you know, you didn't have extra money.
Look at this scene.
When the Mets won the World Series, he got a little bit of a bonus. He helped his parents pay off their house, and he put some money down on a piece of property.
Oh my God, don't drink the water! I'm so gonna brush my teeth with tequila. Mexican! beach topless? No, but my margarita's bottomless. Mexico!
Welcome back. We got ourselves a 27-24 ball game. Yeah, it's funny to watch those plays because when Simpson got slammed like that, and that used to just be football, but about 5-10 years ago in the NFL, they started outlawing that because because the high dollar money that they pay for these quarterbacks. That rule is coming for college football because they're paying these guys way too much money now. But they don't want them getting knocked out because the play's already pretty much over and they just drive them to the ground. Shotgun formation, the snap up the middle, and Mateer will take it for, we'll say maybe a 1, maybe 2 yard gain. It'll be second and long. But you'll start seeing that because you're going to have some booster get madder than you know what when they spend $2-3 million on a quarterback to bring him into one of these Big Ten or SEC schools, and he gets driven into the ground like that. He's out for the year with a broken collarbone. It's going to be, I want my money protected. Second 9 shotgun formation. Single back set, off left. Here's the snap, the handoff. Up the middle, pushing, driving. Maybe a 3-4 yard gain. It'll be third and manageable. Call it about 3rd and 5, maybe a long 4. But that's the reason why they started doing it. I mean, I get it. I grew up in an era where football was football and it's not the same sport that it was. But I understand why they came up with the rule because, man, they used to do some dirty things to quarterbacks back in the day. Remember when the Magic Man got dropped on his skull? Can't remember the name of that lineman, the dirty lineman from the Chicago Bears picked him up and slammed him. It looks like we're going to get a false start on Oklahoma. I'm trying to see who that was that moved. If they moved, it was very subtle. That's going to be 3rd and now 10. 50 yards of penalties for Oklahoma tonight. They called it on the tackle for Oklahoma. Left tackle. Here's the snap, drops back to pass, 3rd and 9. Mateer fires it over the middle. The ball is batted down, almost intercepted. And it looks like Lawson's the one that knocked it down. It'll be 4th down, and Oklahoma will have to punt. So a quick 3 and out after the big defensive stop by the Oklahoma Sooners defense. Man, that was a terrible throw. He basically hit Lawson in the face mask. He didn't really do anything, even though he celebrated right after it. He just kind of got in the way. I don't know how he doesn't see him, but once again, these two teams are wearing the same colored helmets. And you would have thought when they figured out who the first team was that was going to wear the maroon helmet, the crimson helmet, the other one would have, I know I've seen a white version of the Oklahoma helmet. 4th and 9, here's the snap. The kick is high, not very deep. Return down to back, bounces, and it's going to be returned to about the 35-yard line. I believe that was Jeremy Bernard that grabbed the ball. It was either him or Lee. It was number 5. He was not set to receive, but he was the up man and grabbed it. Could have been a little dangerous, but it ended up working out. So 1st and 10, 9:20 on the clock. And the ball's at the 35-yard line. Alabama just outside field goal range to make this a touchdown lead. Here's the snap, the handoff up the middle, and they'll play it conservative. Hand it off to the left side, ducking in, gaining at about 7 yards. It'll be 2nd down. Good run on the play by Hill. Second down, and they're going to mark it back to 4. I thought he got a little further. 2nd and 4, handoff, throw, fakes the handoff, the throw's down the right side, and the ball is up for grabs. Who catches the ball? Did anybody catch the ball? It rolls out of bounds, and I think they're going to give Alabama credit on the catch. Both the receiver and the defensive back were fighting over the ball, and they came to the ground, and then the ball came out and rolled out of bounds at the 3. See, he did look like he made the catch, so I think that was a catch, and then they did not mark the fumble. They're marking him back at the 5. Shotgun formation, handoff up the middle, and be stopped for about a yard loss. It'll be 2nd and goal, 8 minutes left to go. Alabama, if they can crack into the end zone, game won't be out of reach, but they'll definitely be in the pole position. Man, that was one heck of a catch by Bernard. He went over the defender's shoulder with his back to the play and brought it down. It's probably not a catch in the NFL, but it is in college football. Shotgun formation. And timeout is going to be called on the field. The Boer and company want to talk this one over. 2nd and goal. I think he wants to make sure that Simpson doesn't do anything stupid. He kicks a field goal, he's up by a touchdown. He's got to get points on this possession. We'll be back in a flash.
I'm going to need to be the one to explain to all of the 40-year-old people and above, so 40 plus. Yo, you guys keep sending out these thumbs up emojis. Yo, we depict the thumbs up as a it's rude. You're rude.
All right, those of you that had thumbs up emoji on your bingo from hell card, go ahead and mark it off, because that's the world we now live in. Younger generations are offended, bothered by, consider rude, triggered by a thumbs up emoji.
So, for example, if you spend $100 and you get a $10 reward, you just made $10.
That's not accurate. That's not how that works.
Yeah, because now in a future purchase, you just saved yourself $10. If you return an item at the store, you just earn money. So if you return something and buy something at the same time, it was free.
I feel like.
Or this one's so good. Like if you go to Starbucks or Dunkin' and you use your app, you scan and pay, it's free because that money was already there.
I'm never gonna have money.
What do you mean?
This is your mindset when you go to a store?
This is just how girl math works.
Girl math isn't a thing!
Armchair.
In 1973, a period of Watergate turmoil in Washington. In October, the Reds were playing the Mets in the National League Championship Series, and Potter Stewart was hearing, I won't quite say listening to, oral arguments in the Supreme Court, and he had a law clerk feeding him information on what was going on elsewhere. And at one point, the clerk handed him a slip of paper, and on it said, Cranepool flies to right, Agnew resigns.
Braves Country Radio, your home for the classic call of Braves Country Baseball. (27-24) the score. 7.5 minutes left in the game, halfway through the fourth quarter, and Alabama's knocking on the door. It's 2nd and goal. Ball outside the 5-yard line. Simpson and company coming off the timeout. They still have 2 left. Oklahoma with all 3 of theirs. That could be a big factor as we go here into the stretch. 2nd and goal. Shotgun formation. Tight set. Runner in motion up high. Here's the snap. Handoff up the middle. Banging, banging, banging. Pushing his way for a touchdown. Alabama Daniel Hill, 6-yard touchdown. And it's a 9-point game. Four plays, 35 yards, just 1:56 off the clock, 33-24, extra point pending. Lining up for the kick. The kick is up. The kick is good. And it's 34-24. Oklahoma trailing by 10 on their own home field. They led this game 17-0. And Alabama's come roaring back, scoring 34 of the last 41 points scored. The outstanding catch by Bernard set this up. But it really comes down to Oklahoma not being able to even move the chains when they last had the ball. They gave Alabama incredibly good field position. And they've taken a 10-point lead. 7:24 on the clock. And Oklahoma lines up to receive. We're going left to right across your radio dial. Here's the kick. High and deep. It'll be fielded by Connor Taldy, but he will take the knee, and they'll get the ball at the 25-yard line. If you're just joining us, we did release Braves Country. It was the night before Braves Country Christmas to the public tonight. So if you get a chance to hype that video, much appreciated. See, a few of y'all have already. It really helps it out. Want to get it out to as many Braves and baseball fans as possible before Christmas so they can partake. 34-24 your score. Shotgun formation. Ball at the 25-yard line. Right to left across your radio dial. Here's the snap. Mateer drops back to pass. Fires it over the left-hand side. Almost intercepted. That could have been a death nail. Keeley dove out there, number 31, and knocked it down. Mateer staring his receiver dead in, and he's just not reading the field well at all. I still don't understand why both teams are wearing the same colored helmet. 2nd and 10 the score, or 2nd and 10, 34-24 your score. Here's the pass, drops it out to the right-hand side, and the ball is caught, pushing it for about a 2 or 3 yard gain. It'll be 3rd and long. You know, we'll have the same situation if my math is right. Yeah, we'll have the same thing in the next round. Whoever wins this game is going to be playing Indiana. They wear maroon helmets. 3rd and 8, your 3rd and 8, 6:51 on the clock. Shotgun formation. And receiver high, too low. Up back near the quarterback. Here's the snap. Mateer looking. Pocket's breaking down. He'll be sacked! He is sacked and dropped for a huge loss. 6:26 on the clock. 4th and forever. You're down by 2 scores. What does Venable decide to do here? If he punts this away, he's going to have to get 2 stops very quickly. He does have 3 timeouts. If he doesn't, and he will punt it away, as the kick is high and deep, end-over-end kick. Ball caught at about the 35, rushed out at the 40-yard line. There's a flag on the play, probably a block in the back. That's where it normally takes place. See what the call will be on the field. Holding on Alabama, so they will move the ball back. But Alabama, with the ball, the possession of the ball with a 10-point lead, probably doesn't care a whole lot about that. More just getting their hands on the ball and being able to run some clock out. They're going to take a quick break. We'll take it with them. We'll be back in a flash. 34-24, Oklahoma, Alabama, 5:55 on the clock.
Ever wondered why Alabama fans everywhere say Roll Tide? It's not just a chant, it's part of college football legend. The story starts back in 1907, when Alabama battled Auburn in a muddy slugfest. Alabama wasn't supposed to have a chance, but they fought to a 6-6 tie. A sports writer from the Birmingham Age Herald described how the players walked off the field covered in red mud, calling them a Crimson Tide. The name stuck, and the Alabama Crimson Tide was born. But where does Roll Tide come in? That came later. As fans watched the team roll over opponents through the years, the phrase became a war cry. First appearing in Alabama's fight song, Yay, Alabama, with the line, Go, Roll to Victory. Over time, those words turned into two that define an entire fan base, Roll Tide. Today, Roll Tide means more than football. It's a greeting, a celebration, even a way for Alabama fans to recognize each other anywhere in the world. No matter where they are, one Roll Tide gets an answer right back. So next time you hear it, know this. It's not just a slogan. It's pride. It's legacy. It's Alabama tradition that's been rolling for over a century.
Welcome back, 5:55 on the clock. Alabama will have the ball. I believe they placed it at the 30-yard line. Have to wait till they come back, but I believe that's what went down there. We will plan on doing at least one game in the next round as well. We were thinking about doing a game tomorrow night, but when we saw the lineup, like, this stinks, man. I'm not calling James Madison getting freaking curb stomped out in Oregon. What? But we are planning on doing at least one of the games in the second round. I'm waiting to see how it plays out, who plays when, who plays where, what time. I think they said Ohio State is playing New Year's Eve. I think that's what they said. But I didn't see what time. You know, the winner of this game versus Indiana, the Georgia, all that. We're just waiting to see how it plays out. I kind of wish they would have put these on, like the second, which is a Friday. Put a couple on, one on the first, one on the second kind of thing. They didn't have to do all three of them on the first, because you have other bowl games that you could have used as appetizers. But anyways, 5:55 on the clock. They don't listen to me, so why the hell should I even chirp about it? 5:55 on the clock, 1st and 10. Braves sure aren't listening to me about not starting the season off on a Friday night as opposed to when they were originally supposed to do it Thursday afternoon. 1st and 10, here's the handoff off to the right-hand side, and it's going to be another handoff to Hill. Hill kind of slide ahead for a 2-yard gain. It's 2nd and 8. Oklahoma with 3 timeouts and 5:46 and counting. Where do they call it? It looks like they're going to use the first timeout. I thought they might wait a little bit, but they're going to use that timeout. That's interesting. It's kind of aggressive to use the timeout now. If you think about the line of thinking where I'm looking at it, if I'm Oklahoma, I would have let Alabama run a couple of plays, knowing they're going to be super conservative to eat the clock, and then maybe use a timeout at the end on the 3rd down, and you still have the 2-minute warning helping you out if you can score quick and get the ball back. They're going to do the other route, use them early and hope for the best. Not that one's right or wrong. Second and 8. 5:48 they put back on the clock. First round of the college football playoffs. And Alabama, Simpson goes under center, tight formation, single back set. Oklahoma playing off the ball, which is a little strange. Here's the snap, handoff up the middle, and pushing his way ahead for, we'll call it a 2.5, 3-yard gain. It'll be 3rd and about 5, maybe a short 6. Run once again by Hill. Indiana will play the winner of this game. That should be a hard-nosed, good old-fashioned rock fight, whoever plays Indiana, whether it's Alabama or Oklahoma. If it's Oklahoma and Indiana, take the under. Those two teams won't cross midfield till halftime. The Indiana quarterback won the Heisman. I still think it should have been Pavia from Vanderbilt. He got penalized for his team not being in the championship game, and that's just nonsense. It used to go to the most outstanding player. Now it just goes to whoever wins one of the championship games. 3rd and 5, shotgun formation. They're going to let Simpson pass, I guess. Man in motion. Here's the snap. Drops back to pass. Looking. Here comes the rush, and he's going to get slung to the ground and sacked. Holy Toledo. I can't believe that they were trying to throw the ball. Simpson did do the smart thing. He held on to the ball and didn't just throw it up for grabs somewhere. He got rocked back to he got slung to the 19, but I think they'll put him down at around the 22. They're actually giving him credit to the 24 almost. Here's the snap. The punt is up. The high, deep, end over end. Fair caught at the 37-yard line, and that's where the Sooners will set up shop. They've got to score quick, and they still have one timeout and the 2-minute warning. If they can score quickly, you can see a path of them coming back. The national broadcast will not go to break, so we will stay right here with you. Mateer, 20 of 32 with 2 touchdowns and an interception, 242 yards, but the majority of his damage was done at the very beginning of the game. If you're just joining us, first quarter and a half, Oklahoma up 17-0. Since then, just the one drive that produced points. Shotgun formation. 2 high, 1 low. H back up, single back set. Mateer gets the snap, drops back to pass, rolling off to the right-hand side, looking. Drifts it over out of bounds, incomplete. And it'll be 2nd long. Mateer probably had the conversation with the coaching staff over there. If you don't have something quick, you don't have something early, you got to get rid of it. Not just to make sure you don't get sacked, but also to stop the clock. 4:52 on the clock. 2nd and 10. Ball at the 38-yard line of Oklahoma. Here's the snap. Mateer drops back to pass, fires over the right-hand side. Catch is made. About a 3 or 4 yard catch. Not really what you want if you're Oklahoma. And it'll be 3rd down. Clock is ticking. You want to get bigger chunk plays. The first downs are critical. Here's the snap. Drops back to pass. Dumps it over the middle. The ball's caught. Ball comes out. Fumbled. And it is still out. And Alabama is on it. And assuming that is a catch and a fumble, it's going to be Alabama ball. Now, whether or not the ball came out pretty quickly, but in college football, it can be ruled a fumble much easier in the NFL. In the NFL, that is not going to be a fumble because they're going to take you down to the football move rule. But it looks like Alabama will get the turnover, and it's an Alabama first down. Looking at the replay, once again, NFL, that's not going to be a catch. But here in college football, they have much looser rules when it comes to that, and that would be, they are going to review it, so it'll come down to the decision up in the booth. My guess is, from the college football rules, it is probably going to be a fumble and a recovery. But he caught the ball, for those of y'all listening on radio, he caught the ball turned, and as he turned, the ball was knocked out. And it looks like they're going to overturn it, so it will be 4th and 5. So it's an incomplete pass. So still a little bit of life here for Oklahoma. I think that was probably the right call. 15, 20 years ago, that's a catch and a fumble. Shotgun formation, man in motion, 5 receivers, empty backfield. And Alabama showing pressure. Here comes the snap, coming up the middle. Holding on to it. Mateer looking. Throws it down the middle. The ball is caught! The ball is caught down the 30-yard line. Down to the 25, down to the 20. And he is tackled inside the 18-yard line. Gibson on an Oklahoma first down. Great pitch and catch. Keep the game alive. Mateer dropped back to pass, dumps it over the middle. Ball is caught. About a 3-4 yard gain at second down. Mateer really has to be aware of the fact that if he doesn't have anything, he probably is better off just throwing it out of the back of the end zone at this point. Getting 3 yards on each play is going to eat that clock. Drops back to pass. Mateer looking. He's going to get sacked. He is dropped for a 3-yard loss. 3rd down and long now. Now, Oklahoma does not have to go for the 4th down. They can kick the field goal to make this a one-score game. You see where my head is at. Opening day 2026. 3rd and 9. 3:09 on the clock. The clock is ticking. Tick. Mateer. 1 back set. And a timeout is going to be called. Alabama's going to use the timeout. It's a little bit of a shock. Normally you want to let the clock keep ticking, but Bama and DeBoer must have seen something they did not like. So 3:02 on the clock. It's 3rd and long. And they're definitely in field goal range. I mean, you could have made the argument when they first got into field goal range, they could have went and kicked it then, but they had such great field position. Now 3rd and 9, 3:02 on the clock. Shotgun formation. 3 high, 1 low. Here's the snap. Fires it over to the right-hand side, in and out of bounds. Alabama was bringing pressure. It'll be incomplete. Hill Green, closest man getting in there to Mateer. It'll be 4th down. They'll have to kick. Mateer wanting to stay on the field, but that's just kooky dukes up there. You're having a hard time moving the ball. You got to get that 3 and try to get the ball back. They still have a timeout. They still have the 2-minute warning. Sandell lining up, one of the best kickers in the country, can make this a 7-point game. Still a lot of work to go. 2:57 on the clock. They have it. Here's the snap. The kick is up. The kick is high. The kick is, whoa, did that sneak in or not? It did not. Sandell blew the kick. And just like that, Alabama's going to take over. A 10-point lead. One of the best kickers in the country. He didn't miss it by much, but it went over the upright, off to the left. And taking another look, I mean, when he first left his foot, it looked like it was money. Man, I don't know. That's close. That is really close. I don't know if they have cameras up top there. Oh, I can't. I think that might have went in. I don't know if they have the camera angles to be able to overturn it. The one they're showing right now on the television stream are a bad. Man, that is a bad call. I'm looking at it right now. Oklahoma fans are going to be irate, but they have played a really bad first half. Venerable is asking the officials on the field. He probably can't see what we just saw. So Alabama with the ball, 2:53 on the clock, looking to squeeze the life out of the clock. Here's the snap. The Handoff is up the middle. He'll be stuffed just behind the line of scrimmage. It'll be 2nd and long, and Oklahoma will take a timeout. 2:48 on the clock. 34-24. And they're re-showing that. I'm telling you right now, unless it's just a weird angle, an optical illusion, that ball went through. They're finally showing a second angle. When it went past, I thought it just, that is a good field goal. That is another bad call. We don't expect elite calls by college football coaches, but when you get to this level, you expect better than this. .248 on the clock. Second and 10. Oklahoma creeps towards the line. Here's the snap. Handoff. Back behind the line of scrimmage. Stopped for about a 3 or 4 yard loss. That's going to take us just before the 2-minute warning. So Alabama will have to snap the ball. And it looks like they're using an SEC crew, which I'm a little surprised. Normally, they take an out-of-conference crew. You got 2 teams here in the SEC. I guess maybe that's why they did it, but typically you would take one from another conference, but they have done a terrible job tonight. 3rd and 14, 2:02 on the clock. The ball is thrown off to the right-hand side. Caught, twisting, over to the 21-yard line. It'll be 4th down. I'll tell you what, that was a dangerous play. A stupid call. What are they doing? That ball was bobbled. If that thing gets picked sixth, we got ourselves a ball game again. Instead, it fluttered up in the air. A good job by the Alabama receiver to stay with it. Wouldn't have really mattered if he let the ball hit the ground. They wouldn't have lost many yards on that, and we were getting the 2-minute warning anyways. But I'll tell you what, that was just a boneheaded decision. We'll be back in a flash. Oklahoma is going to get the ball when we return. See if they try to go for a block punt, trailing by 10. Less than 2 minutes to go.
Call them. I don't care. Unbelievable. Are you kidding me? I'm never donating blood again. The second you walk in the door, it's just questions. They're just like, where did you get it? Why is it in a bucket? Like,
man, I used to hate when people would complain at work. They would be like, oh, can I talk to a manager? Can I talk to somebody higher than you? I would say, Karen, I can assure you that there is nobody here higher than I am.
Well struck. Out to left center and gone. Wasted no time. His first home run of the spring.
I love when people are like, you're so funny, you're so relatable. And I'm like, yeah, I hate to break it to you, but you probably need therapy too.
The rage I feel when people are in the kitchen at the same time as me is not normal.
The best left fielder's number 2.
I've never seen anybody that could do wherever they wanted to do, whenever they wanted to do it on the baseball field. If you want to get a hit, you got a hit. If you want to make a great catch, you got a great catch. If you need a home run, hit a home run.
Bonds, game tie. He has hit more home runs than anyone who has ever played the game.
Everybody thinks of Barry Bonds as the home run hitter, but he was arguably the best defender in the game.
Bonds coming in. He makes the catch.
As good an all-around player as you were going to see in the history of the game, was the best player in our era.
He knew what was coming almost all the time. He rarely got fooled, and he recognized fear, just like that dog recognizes fear from that post.
Nobody wanted to pitch to him, and if you dared make one pitch, even near the strike zone, he seemed to hurt you every single time.
This guy might go 2 or 3 at-bats without even seeing a pitch, and then he'd get that one pitch and pie-ya!
One of my favorite parts about being an adult is having to decide if I want to be financially responsible or happy.
Yeah, if you're an Oklahoma fan, you're not honest engine. You may not win the game anyways, but that kick, it definitely crossed over the goalpost, and all it has to do is get a piece of it when it's above the post, which is where it was. So that was just a bad call, but nonetheless, it's a 10-point game, 1:57 on the clock. Here's the snap, the kick, high, deep, end over end. Returned, that's going to be up the sideline and smacked and dropped at about the 49-yard line of Oklahoma. On the return was Isaiah the third. They're going to need a touchdown or a field goal and an onside kick to come back, as Oklahoma has no timeouts. You see how quickly they got the ball back here. So that may have cost them, those SEC refs may have just blown that game. But I think Alabama plays that possession a little different if they're only up by 7. Shotgun formation. Mateer drops back to pass. Fires it over to the left-hand side. Receiver makes the catch. Jumps out of bounds. About a 5-yard gain to the 48 of Alabama. Second down. It reminded me of a game I went to when I was a kid. The old USFL. Jacksonville was playing a game. And famously, the umpire blew a game-winning kick call for Jacksonville as the 2nd and 5. Drops back to pass. Mateer fires it over the middle. Catch is made right in the middle of the field. He's going to try to get out of bounds. He does get out of bounds. Good effort, good run by Torrey Blaylock. With the pitch and catch, 1:33 on the clock, very close to field goal range at the 38-yard line. But the ref famously came out, and the ball, very close to what it did there, if you're watching along at home, went over the post. It should have been called a field goal, game-winning field goal, but the umpire fell. And, of course, you didn't have replay back then. This is the early 80s. Shotgun formation. Here's the pitch and catch, and the catch is made down to the 34-yard line. Clock is ticking. Tick, 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 tick. 1:23 on the clock. So it was an infamous blown call back then, as the ball's going to be spiked, 2nd and 5, 1:18 left. And it looks like they're going to try to go ahead and kick the field goal now. I don't hate this call by Venerable. He's trying to – you're going to have to get an onside kick if you're going to get back in this game anyways. And you might as well quit trying to eat up the clock. Sandell, 1 for 2 with an asterisk. This is going to be a long 51-yarder. He hit one earlier. 3rd and 5. Here's the snap. The kick is up, and it's right down the middle, and it is just short. And that's going to pretty much do it. Barring an absolute miracle, an earthquake jarring the ball loose, Alabama's going to march on to Bloomington, Indiana, where they will face the Hoosiers on New Year's Day. That ball was probably 5 yards short. When you're talking about a 51-yard field goal for a college kicker, that is a big ask. I know he's a really good kicker, but that's a huge ask. A little surprised. I didn't realize how far the kick was when he lined up originally, or they were setting up the lineup. I kind of assumed it was a little closer. That's a big ask to ask that young man to hit one that far in college football. Snap. Simpson takes a knee. 1:08 on the clock. And Alabama will move on. Team that a lot of folks didn't think belonged in the college football playoff. They are marching on. We'll give a game ball out here for the Crimson Tide. I think it's got to be Brooks. 79 yards receiving, 5 catches, 2 touchdowns. Simpson, he had a solid game, 18 of 29 for 232 yards, 2 touchdowns. And that's going to do it. The Alabama Crimson Tide march on. A 10-point win at Oklahoma, where the Sooners had a 17-point lead and just absolutely come unwound. And they'll go to the offseason, look for answers. Alabama will go to Indiana, or going to play Indiana, excuse me. And tomorrow you got a triple header of college football. But the last 2 are stinkers. Things fall a certain way, we might do the early game, but I've got some stuff planned, so I don't know if I'm going to be able to get back in time. But regardless, we will bring the second half to the second round of the playoffs. 1, maybe even 2 games. We're just waiting to see what the times and brackets are. Y'all have a great night. Alabama. Rammer Jammer Alabama. 34-24. They take down the Boomer Sooners.
Goodbye, sweetheart. Well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
It's closing time, y'all. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. Have a great one. On your way out, please like and subscribe. And don't forget to tip your favorite bartender. We'll see you. I'm Mac McGee, signing off for Braves Country Radio.